Preface. After I informed the assembly of my intention to lecture on the Brahma Net Sutra, that woman asked, Master, I have not yet received the Bodhisattva precepts. Would you still allow me to attend the lectures and listen to your explanations? I replied, of course, by all means. If I were lecturing on the Bhiksu 9 precepts, you would not be permitted to attend, even if you requested it with utmost sincerity. However, as far as the Bodhisattva precepts are concerned, I hope that you and all your friends can come and listen. The more people, the better. Listening to the precepts not only does not violate the rules of discipline, it in fact helps to awaken the body mind and develop the precepts of the Buddha nature inherent in all of us. Elder Master Yen, PEI, Singapore, CA 1969. I and the Ancient Sutras. The story is told of a group of 500 seafaring merchants who, having reached a treasure trove of immense proportions, opted to return home empty-handed. This feeling has at times been our own, as over the last few years, we have attended several precept-giving ceremonies lay as well as Bodhisattva and noticed a certain reluctance among the participants to take these precepts. In later conversations, we realized that this feeling stemmed from two causes: lack of understanding of the precepts and fear of not being able to live up to them. Although the second reason, the fear of breaking the precepts once received, is genuine, it is largely unwarranted. In the first place, according to many teachers, the lay and Bodhisattva precepts may be taken selectively, with the disciple himself choosing which to take and which to omit. Secondly, these fears are no different from those of a promising student who dreams of becoming a doctor yet refuses to register for medical school lest he fail. Still, even if he were to fail, he could always try again, and in any case, he would be exposed to medical knowledge useful to him in later life. Thus, he could only benefit and would have nothing to lose, nothing to fear. The other reason for the participants' hesitation is more difficult to address. How can a person agree to abide by something he does not know, except perhaps out of overwhelming faith, a rare gift in today's world, to say the least? It is in part to address that need that we have undertaken the present translation of the Brahma Net Sutra, a major Mahayana text which explains the Bodhisattva precepts. These are the most altruistic and most exalted of all precepts. They are the precepts of the mind itself. 2. keep these precepts is to transcend greed, anger and delusion and return to ourself. Nature to find all wisdom and all compassion. The healthy, happy, innocent life, which is our birthright, will then materialize. This liberating message underlies the entire Brahma Net Sutra. 星号星号星号 In the course of this translation, we have consulted or listened to tapes of a dozen annotated versions, 斜线 explications of the sutra, including 3 full-length commentaries. We acknowledge our indebtedness in particular to the commentaries of Elder Master Prajna, Sadi and the RJJ and the Groth, and respectfully recommend the commentaries of Elder Master Yan, Pei, Dai Boy, and Elder Master Wei Sen. 星号星号星号 Here then is the full text of the Brahma Net Sutra. We hope that by studying it, perhaps a few readers may discover karmic affinities with the Bodhisattva precepts and resolve to accept them. Observing these precepts, they may develop, in time, samadhi and wisdom. This is the universal path of cultivation laid down by the Buddha. Failing that, perhaps, the sutra can awaken in the reader the compassionate ideals of the Bodhisattvas, those true heirs of the Dharma, as they go about their silent work of rescuing sentient beings and cultivating the Bodhi-mind, the resolve to attain Buddhahood for the benefit of all. A disciple of the Buddha should always teach the Bodhisattva precepts to save and protect sentient beings. On the day his father, mother, and siblings die, or on the anniversary of their death, he should invite Dharma masters to explain the Bodhisattva sutras and precepts. This will generate merits and virtues and help the deceased either to achieve rebirth in the Pure Lands and see the Buddhas, or to secure a good rebirth in the human or celestial realms. Secondary precept 20. May all sentient beings nurture the Bodhi-mind and swiftly attain Buddhahood. Mintang, MA. Bodhisattva in precepts. PD. Li MS. Quang Yin Festival 98%. Updated January 2000. Introduction. About the Brahma Net Sutra. After the passing of the historical Buddha more than 2500 years ago, his teachings were codified in the Tripitaka, or 3 baskets, sutras, commentaries and precepts. The Brahma Net Sutra is part of both the basket of sutras and the basket of precepts, and contains the Bodhisattva precepts, the highest moral code in Mahayana. The essence of this code, indeed, the very thread that links all the seemingly disparate precepts, is compassion toward all sentient beings. The first thing that strikes the alert reader is the love for all that have life and breathe, which speaks in almost every page. In fact, this love is the essence of the sutra and reappears throughout the text under various names: goodwill, selflessness, forgiveness, mercy, compassion, JJND growth. This love is the great compassion that motivates the bodhisattvas to lead all sentient beings to Buddhahood. It is a compassion beyond all attachment and discrimination, the supreme compassion of Buddhism. Transmission of the Sutra. According to tradition, around the time that Bodhidharma arrived in China, the Indian Yogacara master Paramartha, who was residing in China, heard about the existence of a text that taught the moral code of the Bodhisattvas. He immediately returned to India and succeeded in acquiring the entire Brahma Net Sutra, all 61 chapters, comprised of 120 fascicles. However, as Paramartha was sailing toward China with his treasure, a sudden storm arose and his ship began to sink. Piece by piece, all baggage was thrown overboard, but to no avail. Finally, Paramartha had no choice but to let go of the Brahma Net Sutra, after which the ship miraculously righted itself. Paramartha then realized the sad truth. The people of the Eastern Kingdom were not yet ready for the Brahma Net Sutra. The current version of the sutra dates from the 5th century. It was one of the major works of Kumarjiva, the pre-eminent translator of Buddhist texts from Sanskrit into Chinese, who himself intoned the Bodhisattva precepts every day as part of his cultivation. He recited the sutra aloud and with the assistance of his translation bureau, rendered it into Chinese. The Brahma Net Sutra as presented in this book is the second part of the 10th chapter of the Sanskrit text. Characteristics of the Sutra. The Brahma Net Sutra belongs to the same period as the Apatamsaka Sutra, the first teaching period of the Buddha, immediately following his enlightenment. It is part of the sudden teaching preached to bodhisattvas and other advanced beings while he was in samadhi. Tai Patriarchy, I called the Brahma Net the capping text of the Apatamsaka Sutra. A. Mind 斜线 mind, ground. The Brahma Net Sutra represents the highest moral code of the Mahayana canon. It is the highest because keeping the Bodhisattva precepts liberates the practitioner from greed, anger and delusion and returns him to his self, nature or true mind to Buddhahood. That mind, that self, nature is non-discriminating, all-accepting, all-sustaining, just like the ground. which receives and accepts all kinds of abuse and sustains all living beings. The Bodhisattva precepts are therefore called the precepts of the mind, or the precepts of the mind ground. B. Bodhisattva 斜线 Arhat. Who then are those disciples of the Buddha who take upon themselves the inconceivable task of rescuing and protecting all sentient beings? In the Mahayana tradition, they are called bodhisattvas. The word immediately brings to mind the most exalted figures in Buddhism: Manjusri, Samantabhadra, Avalokitesvara. On a more mundane level, the word bodhisattva designates any being who has developed the Bodhi mind, the determination to achieve Buddhahood for the good of all sentient beings. The term thus applies to anyone who has taken the Bodhisattva precepts. The essence of Bodhisattvahood is an unequivocal affirmation of the social, altruistic nature of humankind. Whatever enlightenment one gets, it must be shared by one as fellow beings. The Bodhisattva is a man of inexhaustible wealth. Without these he is not himself. To save the world, to bring all his fellow beings up to the same level of thought and feeling where he himself is, and not to rest, not to enter into nirvana until this is accomplished. However infinitely long and however inexpressibly arduous the task may be, this is the Bodhisattva. D.T. Suzuki, Lankavatara Sutra 16. In the Brahma Net Sutra, the compassionate figure of the Bodhisattva is contrasted with the followers of the two vehicles, Sravakas and Pratyeka, Buddhas, whose goal is to achieve personal liberation and enlightenment. Iconographically, the Arhats are depicted as elderly shaven-headed monks, clad in yellow robes, and holding a begging bowl or a staff. They stand stiffly, with compressed lips, and their attitude seems not altogether free from strain. The Bodhisattvas, by way of contrast, are all beautiful young princes. Gem-studded tiaras sparkle on their brows, while their nobly proportioned limbs are clad in light garments of colored silk. They wear gold bracelets and strings of jewels, and round their necks hang garlands of fragrant flowers. Their expression is smiling, their poses graceful and easy. These splendors symbolize their status as heirs of the Buddha, the king of the Dharma, and the untold spiritual riches to which they will one day succeed. Sanharikshita, a survey of Buddhism. C. The precepts. In Buddhism, all precepts, vows of moral conduct taken by lay and ordained Buddhists, can be grouped into two main categories: Sravaka precepts, of laymen, monks and nuns, and Bodhisattva precepts, the exalted code above the Sravaka precepts. All these precepts are derived from three root precepts which form the basis of all Buddhist practice. Do not what is evil, do what is good, and be of benefit to all sentient beings. The Sravaka precepts center on the first root precept, do not what is evil. The Bodhisattva precepts, by contrast, cover all three root precepts, with the emphasis on the third, be of benefit to all sentient beings. To take the Bodhisattva precepts, therefore, is to develop and nurture the Bodhi mind, the determination to attain Buddhahood for the good of all. If the Brahma Net Sutra time and again passionately assails the teachings and practices of the two vehicles, it is because the vehicles of the Sravakas and the Pratyeka Buddhas are conceived as self-centered, focused on personal enlightenment and not leading to Buddhahood. In the sutra, such views are considered limited, biased and unwholesome, unworthy of the Bodhisattvas. In disparaging their goal, the Buddha intended to wake them up and open their minds to the supreme goal of Buddhahood. Legacy of the Sutra. Over a century ago, in his French translation and extensive commentary, the Dutch clergyman Reverend J.J. de Groot concluded that the Brahma Net Sutra had played a pivotal role in shaping every aspect of traditional monastic life as well as Buddhist lay practice throughout China. This is also true of Korea and Japan, as Prof. Philip Carlman noted. The teaching of the Sutra of the Brahma Net is the canon against which the keeping and commentaries of all the Vinaya, i.e., code of precepts, have been measured since the 20th century. The 10th and many other schools insist that its full observance is necessary. In Vietnam as well, the Brahma Net Sutra is widely disseminated and its profound teachings have suffused monastic and lay life to a degree unrivaled by any other moral code. No fewer than 8 recent annotated translations and commentaries on this sutra are known to the editors alone. Among the many legacies of the sutra, the most noteworthy are the practice of vegetarianism, the compassionate duty to rescue sentient beings in danger and guide them to enlightenment, and most of all, the concept of cosmic filiality, or compassion, toward our parents throughout the eons of time toward all sentient beings. A disciple of the Buddha should have a mind of compassion and cultivate the practice of liberating sentient beings. He must reflect thus throughout the eons of time, O man. Sentient beings have been my father, all female sentient beings my mother. I was born of the If I now slaughter them, I would be slaughtering my parents as well as eating flesh that was once my own. This is so because all elemental earth and water, fire and air, the four constituents of all life, have previously been part of my body, part of my substance. Precept 20. It is no wonder, then, that the Brahma Net Sutra has long been a favorite among Mahayana Buddhists in Asia, who see in the Bodhisattva precepts a natural complement to their ultimate goal, attainment of Buddhahood for the benefit of all sentient beings. Mintang, MA. Bodhisattva in precepts. PD. Lee MS. Revised January 2000. The Buddha speaks. The Brahma Net Sutra. Bodhisattva Mind, Ground Chapter. Second Part 9. Based on Kumar Ajiva's text. China, Eastern Qing Dynasty, 5THC. Pharaoh Buddha. At that time, Pharaoh Buddha began speaking in general about the mind, ground for the benefit of the great assembly. What he said represents but an infinitesimal part, the tip of a hair, of his innumerable teachings, as numerous as the grains of sand in the river Ganges. He concluded, the mind, ground has been explained, is being explained and will be explained by all the Buddhas past, present, and future. It is also the Dharma door, cultivation method, that all the Bodhisattvas of the past, present, and future have studied, are studying and will study. I have cultivated this mind, ground Dharma door for hundreds of years. My name is Pharaoh Kana. I request all Buddhas to transmit my words to all sentient beings, so as to open this path of cultivation to all. At that time, from his lion's throne in the lotus treasury world, Pharaoh Buddha emitted rays of light. A voice among the rays is heard telling the Buddhas seated on thousands of lotus petals, you should practice and uphold the mind, ground Dharma door and transmit it to the innumerable Sakyamuni Buddhas, one after another, as well as to all sentient beings. Everyone should uphold, read, recite, and single-mindedly put its teachings into practice. After receiving the Dharma door of the mind, ground, the Buddhas seated atop the thousands of lotus flowers along with the innumerable Sakyamuni Buddhas all arose from their lion seats, their bodies emitting innumerable rays of light. In each of these rays appeared innumerable Buddhas who simultaneously made offerings of green, yellow, red and white celestial flowers to Pharaoh Buddha. They then slowly took their leave. The Buddhas then disappeared from the lotus treasury world, entered the essence nature empty space floral brilliance samadhi and return to their former places under the Bodhi tree in this world of Jambudvika. They then arose from their samadhi, sat on their diamond thrones in Jambudvika and the heaven of the four kings, and preached the Dharma of the 10 oceans of words. Thereupon, they ascended to Lord Shakya's palace and expounded the 10 dwellings, proceeded to the Suyama heaven and taught the 10 practices, proceeded further to the 4th heaven and taught the 10 dedications, proceeded further to the transformation of bliss heaven and taught the 10 dhyana samadhi, proceeded further to the heaven of comfort from others' emanations and taught the 10 grounds, proceeded further to the 1st dhyana heaven and taught the 10 vajra stages, proceeded further to the 2nd dhyana heaven and taught the 10 patiences, and proceeded further to the 3rd dhyana heaven and taught the 10 vows. Finally, in the 4th dhyana heaven, at Lord Brahma's palace, they taught the mind, ground, Dharma, door chapter, which Vairocana Buddha, in eons past, expounded in the lotus treasury world, the cosmos. All the other innumerable transformations Sakyamuni Buddhas did likewise in their respective words, as the chapter Auspicious Kalpa has explained. Sakyamuni Buddha. At that time, Sakyamuni Buddha, after first appearing in the lotus treasury world, proceeded to the east and appeared in the heavenly king's palace to teach the demon transforming sutra. He then descended to Jambudvika to be born in Kalpalabas, to his name being Siddhartha and his father's name Suddhodana. His mother was Queen Maya. He achieved enlightenment at the age of 30, after 7 years of cultivation, under the name of Sakyamuni Buddha. 11. The Buddha spoke in 10 assemblies from the diamond seat at Bodh Gaya to the palace of Brahma. At that time, he contemplated the wonderful jewel net, 12, hung in Lord Brahma's palace, and preached the Brahma Net Sutra for the great assembly. He said, the innumerable words in the cosmos are like the eyes of the net. Each and every word is different, its variety infinite. So too are the Dharma doors, methods of cultivation, taught by the Buddhas. I have come to this world 8,000 times. Based in this Saha world, seated upon the jeweled diamond seat in Bodh Gaya and all the way up to the palace of the Brahma King, I have spoken in general about the mind, ground Dharma door for the benefit of the great multitude. 13. Thereafter, I descended from the Brahma King's palace to Jambudvika, the human world. I have preached the diamond illuminated jeweled precepts, the Bodhisattva precepts, from beneath the Bodhi tree for the sake of all sentient beings on earth, however dull and ignorant they may be. These precepts were customarily recited by Pharaoh Buddha when he first developed the Bodhi mind in the causal stages. They are precisely the original source of all Buddhas and all Bodhisattvas, as well as the seed of the Buddha nature. All sentient beings possess this Buddha nature. All with consciousness, form, and mind are encompassed by the precepts of the Buddha nature. Sentient beings possess the correct cause of the Buddha nature, and therefore they will assuredly attain the ever-present Dharma body. For this reason, the 10 Pratimoksa Bodhisattva precepts came into being in this world. These precepts belong to the true Dharma. They are received and upheld in utmost reverence by all sentient beings of the 3 periods of time, past, present, and future. Once again, I shall preach for the great assembly the chapter on the inexhaustible precept treasury. These are the precepts of all sentient beings, the source of the pure self-nature. 星号 Now I, Pharaoh Buddha, am sitting atop a lotus pedestal. On 1,000 flowers surrounding me are 1,000 Sakyamuni Buddhas. Each flower supports 100 million words. In each word a Sakyamuni Buddha appears. All are seated beneath a Bodhi tree. All simultaneously attain Buddhahood. All these innumerable Buddhas have Pharaoh as their original body. These countless Sakyamuni Buddhas all bring followers along as numerous as motes of dust. They all proceed to my lotus pedestal to listen to the Buddha's precepts. I now preach the Dharma, this exquisite nectar. Afterward, the countless Buddhas return to their respective worlds, and under a Bodhi tree proclaims major and minor precepts of Pharaoh, the original Buddha. The precepts are like the radiant sun and moon, like a shining necklace of gems. Bodhisattvas as numerous as motes of dust uphold them and attain Buddhahood. These precepts are recited by Pharaoh. These precepts I recite as well. You novice Bodhisattvas should reverently accept and uphold them. And once you have done so, transmit and teach them to sentient beings. 14. Now listen attentively as I recite. The Bodhisattva Pratimoksa, the source of all precepts in the Buddha Dharma. All of you in the great assembly should firmly believe that you are the Buddhas of the future, while I am a Buddha already accomplished. If you should have such faith at all times, then this precept code is fulfilled. 15. all beings with resolve should accept and uphold the Buddha as precepts. Sentient beings on receiving them join forth with the ranks of Buddhas. They are in essence equal to the Buddhas. They are the true offspring of the Buddhas. Therefore, great assembly, listen with utmost reverence as I proclaim the Bodhisattva moral code. 星号，星号，星号。3. The Buddha reciting the Bodhisattva precepts. At that time, when Sakyamuni Buddha first attained supreme enlightenment under the Bodhi tree, he explained the Bodhisattva precepts. The Buddha taught filial piety toward 1 aspirants, 16 elder masters and the triple jewel. Filial piety and obedience, he said, are the ultimate path to Buddhahood. 17. Filial piety is called the precepts and it means restraint and cessation. 18. The Buddha then emitted limitless lights from his mouth. Thereupon, the whole great assembly, consisting of innumerable bodhisattvas, the gods of the 18 Brahma heavens, the gods of the 6 desire heavens, and the rulers of the 16 great kingdoms. 19. All join their palms and listen single-mindedly to the Buddha recite the Mahayana precepts. The Buddha then said to the Bodhisattvas, twice a month I recite the precepts observed by all Buddhas. All Bodhisattvas, from those who have just developed the Bodhi-mind to the Bodhisattvas of the 10 dwellings, the 10 practices, the 10 meditations, and the 10 grounds also recite them. Therefore, this precept, light shines forth from my mouth. It does not arise without a cause. This light is neither blue, yellow, red, white, nor black. It is neither form, nor thought. It is neither existent nor non-existent, neither cause nor effect. 20. This precept, light is precisely the original source of all Buddhas and all members of this great assembly. Therefore all you disciples of the Buddha should receive and observe, read, recite and study these precepts with utmost attention. Disciples of the Buddha, listen attentively. Whoever can understand and accept a Dharma, master as words of transmission can receive the Bodhisattva precepts, 21, and be called foremost in purity. 22. This is true whether that person is a king, a prince, an official, a monk, a nun, or a god of the 18 Brahma heavens, a god of the 6 desire heavens, or a human, a eunuch, a liberty, a prostitute, a slave, or a member of the 8 divisions of divinities, a Vajra spirit, an animal, or even a transformation being. 23. 4. The 10 major precepts. The Buddha said to his disciples, there are 10 major Bodhisattva precepts. If one receives the precepts but fails to recite them, he is not a Bodhisattva, nor is he a seed of Buddhahood. I, too, recite these precepts. All Bodhisattvas have studied them in the past, will study in the future, and are studying them now. I have explained the main characteristics of the Bodhisattva precepts. You should study and observe them with all your heart. The Buddha continued. First major precept, on killing. A disciple of the Buddha shall not himself kill, encourage others to kill by expedient means, praise killing, rejoice at witnessing killing, or kill through incantation or deviant mantras. He must not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of killing, and shall not intentionally kill any living creature. 24. As a Buddha's disciple, he ought to nurture a mind of compassion and filial piety, always devising expedient means to rescue and protect all beings. If instead, he fails to restrain himself and kills sentient beings without mercy, he commits a parasika, major offense. 25. Second major precept, on stealing. A disciple of the Buddha must not himself steal or encourage others to steal by expedient means, steal by means of incantation or deviant mantras. He should not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of stealing. No valuables or possessions, even those belonging to ghosts and spirits or thieves and robbers, be they as small as a needle or blade of grass, may be stolen. As a Buddha's disciple, he ought to have a mind of mercy, compassion, and filial piety, always helping people earn merits and achieve happiness. If instead, he steals the possessions of others, he commits a parasika offense. 26. Third major precept, on sexual misconduct. A disciple of the Buddha must not engage in licentious acts or encourage others to do so. As a monk, he should not have sexual relations with any female, be she a human, animal, deity or spirit, nor create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of such misconduct. Indeed, he must not engage in improper sexual conduct with anyone. 27. A Buddha's disciple ought to have a mind of filial piety, rescuing all sentient beings and instructing them in the Dharma of purity and chastity. If instead, he lacks compassion and encourages others to engage in sexual relations promiscuously, including with animals, and even their mothers, daughters, sisters, or other close relatives, he commits a parasika offense. 4. Fourth major precept. On lying and false speech. A disciple of the Buddha must not himself use false words and speech, or encourage others to lie or lie by expedient means. He should not involve himself in the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of lying, saying that he has seen what he has not seen, or vice versa, or lying implicitly through physical or mental means. 29. As a Buddha's disciple, he ought to maintain right speech and right views always, and lead all others to maintain them as well. If instead, he causes wrong speech, wrong views, or evil karma in others, he commits a parasika offense. 5. Fifth major precept. On selling alcoholic beverages. A disciple of the Buddha must not trade in alcoholic beverages or encourage others to do so. He should not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of selling any intoxicant whatsoever, for intoxicants are the causes and conditions of all kinds of offenses. As a Buddha's disciple, he ought to help all sentient beings achieve clear wisdom. If, instead, he causes them to have upside down, topsy-turvy thinking, he commits a parasika offense. 36. Sixth major precept. On broadcasting the faults of the assembly. A disciple of the Buddha must not himself broadcast the misdeeds or infractions of bodhisattva, clerics or bodhisattva, lay persons, or of ordinary monks and nuns more. Encourage others to do so. He must not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of discussing the offenses of the assembly. As a Buddha's disciple, whenever he hears evil persons, externalists or followers of the two vehicles speak of practices contrary to the Dharma or contrary to the precepts within the Buddhist community, he should instruct them with a compassionate mind and lead them to develop wholesome faith in the Mahayana. If instead, he discusses the faults and misdeeds that occur within the assembly, he commits a parasika offense. 37. Seventh major precept. On praising oneself and disparaging others. A disciple of the Buddha shall not praise himself and speak ill of others, or encourage others to do so. He must not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of praising himself and disparaging others. As a disciple of the Buddha, he should be willing to stand in for all sentient beings and endure humiliation and slander, accepting blame and letting sentient beings have all the glory. If instead, he displays his own virtues and conceals the good points of others, thus causing them to suffer slander, he commits a parasitical offense. 32. 8th major precept on stinginess and abuse. A disciple of the Buddha must not be stingy or encourage others to be stingy. He should not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of stinginess. As a bodhisattva, whenever a destitute person comes for help, he should give that person what he needs. If, instead, out of anger and resentment, 33, he denies all assistance, refusing to help with even a penny, a needle, a blade of grass, even a single sentence or verse or a phrase of Dharma, but instead scolds and abuses that person, he commits a parasitical offense. 9th major precept on anger and resentment. A disciple of the Buddha shall not harbor anger or encourage others to be angry. He should not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of anger. As a disciple of the Buddha, he ought to be compassionate and filial, helping all sentient beings develop the good roots of non-contention. If instead, he insults and abuses sentient beings, or even transformation beings, such as deities and spirits, with harsh words, hitting them with his fists or feet, or attacking them with a knife or club, or harbors grudges even when the victim confesses his mistakes and humbly seeks forgiveness in a soft, conciliatory voice, the disciple commits a parasitical offense. 34. 10th major precept on slandering the triple jewel. A Buddha's disciple shall not himself speak ill of the triple jewel or encourage others to do so. He must not create the causes, conditions, methods, or karma of slander. If a disciple hears but a single word of slander against the Buddha from externalists or evil beings, he experiences a pain similar to that of 300 spears piercing his heart. How then could he possibly slander the triple jewel himself? Hence, if a disciple lacks faith and filial piety towards the triple jewel, and even assists evil persons or those of aberrant views to slander the triple jewel, he commits a parasitical offense. 35. Conclusion. The 10 major precepts. As a disciple of the Buddha, you should study these 10 parasitical major precepts and not break any one of them in even the slightest way, much less break all of them. Anyone guilty of doing so cannot develop the Bodhi-mind in his current life and will lose whatever high position he may have attained, be it that of an emperor, wheel-turning king, bhiksu, Bhikshuni as well as whatever level of bodhisattvahood he may have reached, whether the 10 dwellings, the 10 practices, the 10 dedications, the 10 grounds and all the fruits of the eternal Buddha nature. He will lose all of those levels of attainment and descend into the 3 evil realms, unable to hear the words parents or triple jewel for ears. 36. Therefore, Buddha's disciples should avoid breaking any one of these major precepts. 37. All of you bodhisattvas should study and observe the 10 precepts which have been observed, are being observed, and will be observed by all bodhisattvas. They were explained in detail in the chapter, The 80,000 Rules of Conduct. 38. 星号星号星号 6. The 48 secondary precepts. Then the Buddha told the bodhisattvas, now that I have explained the 10 major precepts, I will speak about the 48 secondary precepts. E. Disrespect toward teachers and friends. A disciple of the Buddha who is destined to become an emperor, a wheel-turning king, or high official should first receive the Bodhisattva precepts. He will then be under the protection of all guardian deities and spirits, and the Buddhas will be pleased. 39. Once he has received the precepts, the disciple should develop a mind of filial piety and respect. Whenever he meets an elder master, a monk, or a fellow cultivator of like views and like conduct, he should rise and greet him with respect. He must then respectfully make offerings to the guest monks in accord with the Dharma. 40. He should be willing to pledge himself, his family, as well as his kingdom, cities, jewels and other possessions. If instead, he should develop conceit or arrogance, delusion or anger, refusing to rise and greet guest monks and make offerings to them respectfully, in accordance with the Dharma, he commits a secondary offense. On consuming alcoholic beverages. A disciple of the Buddha should not intentionally consume alcoholic beverages, as they are the source of countless offenses. If he but offers a glass of wine to another person, his retribution will be to have no hands for 500 lifetimes. 41. How could he then consume liquor himself? Indeed, a bodhisattva should not encourage any person or any other sentient being to consume alcohol, much less take any alcoholic beverages himself. 42. A disciple should not drink any alcoholic beverages whatsoever. If instead, he deliberately does so or encourages others to do so, he commits a secondary offense. 3. On eating meat. A disciple of the Buddha must not deliberately eat meat. He should not eat the flesh of any sentient being. The meat eater forfeits the seed of great compassion, severs the seed of the Buddha nature and causes animals and transcendental beings to avoid him. Those who do so are guilty of countless offenses. Therefore, bodhisattvas should not eat the flesh of any sentient beings whatsoever. If instead, he deliberately eats meat, he commits a secondary offense. 43. 4. On 5 pungent herbs. A disciple of the Buddha should not eat the 5 pungent herbs: garlic, chives, leeks, onions, and asafoetida. 44. This is so even if they are added as flavoring to other main dishes. 45. Hence, if he deliberately does so, he commits a secondary offense. 5. On not teaching repentance. If a disciple of the Buddha should see any being violate the 5 precepts, the 8 precepts, the 10 precepts, other prohibitions, or commit any of the 7 cardinal sins, or any offense which leads to the 8 adversities, any violations of the precepts, whatever he should counsel the offender to repent and reform. 46. Hence, if a bodhisattva does not do so and furthermore continues to live together in the assembly with the offender, share in the offerings of the laity, participate in the same Apostata ceremony, 47, and recite the precepts while failing to bring up that person as offense, enjoining him to repent, the disciple commits a secondary offense. 6. Failing to request the Dharma or make offerings. If an elder master, and Mahayana monk or fellow cultivator of like views and practice should come from far away to the temple, residence, city or village of a disciple of the Buddha, the disciple should respectfully welcome him and see him off. He should minister to his needs at all times, though doing so may cost as much as 3 taels of gold. Moreover, the disciple of the Buddha should respectfully request the guest master to preach the Dharma 3 times a day by going to him without a single thought of resentment or weariness. 48. He should be willing to sacrifice himself for the Dharma and never be lax in requesting it. If he does not act in this manner, he commits a secondary offense. 7. Failing to attend Dharma lectures. A bodhisattva disciple who is new to the order should take copies of the appropriate sutras or precept codes to any place where such sutras, commentaries, or moral codes are being explained, to listen, study, and inquire about the Dharma. He should go anywhere, be it in a house, beneath a tree, in a temple, in the forests or mountains, or elsewhere. If he fails to do so, he commits a secondary offense. 49. 8. On turning away from the Mahayana. If a disciple of the Buddha disavows the eternal Mahayana sutras and moral codes, declaring that they were not actually taught by the Buddha, and instead follows and observes those of the two vehicles and deluded externalists, he commits a secondary offense. 50. 9. On failure to care for the sick. If a disciple of the Buddha should see anyone who is sick, he should wholeheartedly provide for that person's needs just as he would for a Buddha. Of the 8 fields of blessings, looking after the sick is the most important. A Buddha's disciple should take care of his father, mother, Dharma teacher or disciple regardless of whether the latter are disabled or suffering from various kinds of diseases. 51. If instead he becomes angry and resentful and fails to do so, or refuses to rescue the sick or disabled in temples, cities and towns, forests and mountains, or along the road, he commits a secondary offense. 52. 10. On storing deadly weapons. A disciple of the Buddha should not store weapons such as knives, clubs, bows, arrows, spears, axes or any other weapons, nor may he keep nets, traps or any such devices used in destroying life. 53. As a disciple of the Buddha, he must not even avenge the death of his parents, let alone kill sentient beings. 54. He should not store any weapons or devices that can be used to kill sentient beings. If he deliberately does so, he commits a secondary offense. The first 10 secondary precepts have just been described. Disciples of the Buddha should study and respectfully observe them. They are explained in detail in the 6 chapters now lost following these precepts. 11. On serving as an emissary. A disciple of the Buddha shall not, out of personal benefit or evil intentions, act as a country's emissary to foster military confrontation and war, causing the slaughter of countless sentient beings. As a disciple of the Buddha, he should not be involved in military affairs, or serve as a courier between armies, much less act as a willing catalyst for war. If he deliberately does so, he commits a secondary offense. 55. 12. On unlawful business undertakings. A disciple of the Buddha must not deliberately trade in slaves or sell anyone into servitude, nor should he trade in domestic animals, coffins or wood for caskets. He cannot engage in these types of business himself, much less encourage others to do so. Otherwise, he commits a secondary offense. 56. 13. On slander and libel. A disciple of the Buddha must not, without cause and with evil intentions, slander virtuous people, such as elder masters, monks or nuns, kings, princes or other upright persons, saying that they have committed the 7 cardinal sins or broken the 10 major bodhisattva precepts. He should be compassionate and filial and treat all virtuous people as if they were his father, mother, siblings or other close relatives. If instead he slanders and harms them, he commits a secondary offense. 57. 14. On starting wildfires. A disciple of the Buddha shall not, out of evil intentions, start wildfires to clear forests and burn vegetation on mountains and plains during the 4th to the 9th months of the lunar year. Such fires are particularly injurious to animals during that period and may spread to people as homes, towns and villages, temples and monasteries, fields and groves, as well as the unseen dwellings and possessions of deities and ghosts. He must not intentionally set fire to any place where there is life. If he deliberately does so, he commits a secondary offense. 58. 15. Teaching non-Mahayana Dharma. A disciple of the Buddha must teach one and all, from fellow disciples, relatives and spiritual friends, to externalists and evil beings, how to receive and observe the Mahayana Sutras and moral codes. He should teach the Mahayana principles to the men, help them develop the Bodhi mind as well as the 10 dwellings, the 10 practices and the 10 dedications, explaining the order and function of each of these 13 minds levels. If instead, the disciple, with evil, hateful intentions, perversely teaches them the sutras and moral codes of the two-vehicle tradition as well as the commentaries of deluded externalists, he thereby commits a secondary offense. 59. 16. On sound explanation of the Dharma. A Bodhisattva Dharma master must first, with a wholesome mind, study the rules of deportment, as well as sutras and moral codes of the Mahayana tradition, and understand their meanings in depth. Then, whenever novices come from afar to seek instruction, he should explain, according to the Dharma, all the Bodhisattva renunciation practices, such as burning one's body, arm, or finger, as the ultimate act in the quest for supreme enlightenment. If a novice is not prepared to follow these practices as an offering to the Buddhas, he is not a Bodhisattva monk. Moreover, a Bodhisattva monk should be willing to sacrifice his body and limbs for starving beasts and hungry ghosts, as the ultimate act of compassion in rescuing sentient beings. 60. After these explanations, the Bodhisattva Dharma Master should teach the novices in an orderly way to awaken their minds. If instead, for personal gain, he refuses to teach or teaches in a confused manner, quoting passages out of order and context, or teaches in a manner that disparages the triple jewel, he commits a secondary offense. 17. On accepting donations, a disciple of the Buddha must not, for the sake of food, drink, money, possessions or fame, approach and befriend kings, princes, or high officials, and, on the strength of such relationships, exact money, goods, or other advantages. Nor may he encourage others to do so. These actions are called untoward, excessive demands, and lack compassion and filial piety. Such a disciple commits a secondary offense. 61. 18. On serving as an inadequate master, a disciple of the Buddha should study the 12 divisions of the Dharma and recite the Bodhisattva precepts frequently. He should strictly observe these precepts in the 6 periods of the day and night and fully understand their meaning and principles as well as the essence of their Buddha nature. 62. If instead, the disciple of the Buddha fails to understand even a sentence or a verse of the moral code or the causes and conditions related to the precepts, but pretends to understand them, he is deceiving both himself and others. A disciple who understands nothing of the Dharma, yet acts as a teacher transmitting the precepts, commits a secondary offense. 19. On double-tongued speech, a disciple of the Buddha must not, with malicious intent, gossip or spread rumors and slander, create discord and disdain for virtuous people. An example is disparaging a monk who observes the Bodhisattva precepts, as he makes offerings to the Buddhas by holding an incense burner to his forehead. 63. A disciple of the Buddha who does so commits a secondary offense. 20. Failure to liberate sentient beings. A disciple of the Buddha should have a mind of compassion and cultivate the practice of liberating sentient beings. He must reflect thus throughout the eons of time, O man. Sentient beings have been my father, O female sentient beings my mother. I was born of the 64. If I now slaughter them, I would be slaughtering my parents as well as eating flesh that was once my own. This is so because all elemental earth, water, fire and air, the four constituents of all life, have previously been part of my body, part of my substance. I must therefore always cultivate the practice of liberating sentient beings and enjoin others to do likewise, as sentient beings are forever reborn, again and again, lifetime after lifetime. If a bodhisattva sees an animal on the verge of being killed, he must devise a way to rescue and protect it, helping it to escape suffering and death. The disciple should always teach the bodhisattva precepts to rescue and deliver sentient beings. 65. On the day his father, mother, and siblings die, he should invite Dharma masters to explain the Bodhisattva sutras and precepts. This will generate merits and virtues and help the deceased either to achieve rebirth in the Pure Lands and meet the Buddhas, or to secure rebirth in the human or celestial realms. 66. If instead a disciple fails to do so, he commits a secondary offense. You should study and respectfully observe the above 10 precepts. Each of them is explained in detail in the chapter Expiating Offenses. 21. On violence and vengefulness. A disciple of the Buddha must not return anger for anger, blow for blow. He should not seek revenge, even if his father, mother, siblings, or close relatives are killed more. Should he do so if the ruler or king of his country is murdered? To take the life of one being in order to avenge the killing of another is contrary to filial piety, as we are all related through the eons of birth and rebirth. 67. Furthermore, he should not keep others in servitude, much less feed or abuse them, creating evil karma of mind, speech and body day after day, particularly the offenses of speech. How much less should he deliberately commit the 7 cardinal sins? Therefore, if a bodhisattva monk lacks compassion and deliberately seeks revenge, even for an injustice done to his close relatives, he commits a secondary offense. 22. Arrogance and failure to request the Dharma. A disciple of the Buddha who has only recently left home and is still a novice in the Dharma should not be conceited. He must not refuse instruction on the sutras and moral codes from Dharma masters on account of his own intelligence, worldly learning, high position, advantage, noble lineage, vast understanding, great merits, extensive wealth, and possessions, etc. Although these masters may be of humble birth, young in age, poor, or suffering physical disabilities, they may still have genuine virtue and deep understanding of sutras and moral codes. The novice bodhisattva should not judge Dharma masters on the basis of their family background and refuse to seek instructions on the Mahayana truths from them. If he does so, he commits a secondary offense. 68. 23. On teaching the Dharma grudgingly. After my passing, if a disciple should, with a wholesome mind, wish to receive the Bodhisattva precepts, he may make a vow to do so before the images of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and practice repentance before these images for 7 days. If he then experiences a vision, he has received the precepts. If he does not, he should continue doing so for 14 days, 21 days, or even a whole year, seeking to witness an auspicious sign. After witnessing such a sign, he could, in front of images of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, formally receive the precepts. If he has not witnessed such a sign, although he may have accepted the precepts before the Buddha images, he has not actually received the precepts. However, the witnessing of auspicious signs is not necessary if the disciple receives the precepts directly from a Dharma master who has himself received the precepts. Why is this so? It is because this is a case of transmission from master to master, and therefore all that is required is a mind of utter sincerity and respect on the part of the disciple. If, within a radius of some 350 miles, a disciple cannot find a master capable of conferring the Bodhisattva precepts, he may seek to receive them in front of Buddha or Bodhisattva images. However, he must witness an auspicious sign. If a Dharma master, on account of his extensive knowledge of sutras and Mahayana moral codes as well as his close relationship with kings, princes, and high officials, refuses to give appropriate answers to student bodhisattvas seeking the meaning of sutras and moral codes, or does so grudgingly, with resentment and arrogance, he commits a secondary offense. 24. Failure to practice Mahayana teachings. If a disciple of the Buddha fails to study Mahayana sutras and moral codes assiduously, and cultivate correct views, correct nature and the correct Dharma body, it is like abandoning the 7 precious jewels for mere stones, worldly texts and the 2 vehicle or externalist commentaries. 69. To do so is to create the causes and conditions that obstruct the path to enlightenment and cut himself off from his Buddha nature. It is A failure to follow the Bodhisattva path. If a disciple intentionally acts in such a manner, he commits a secondary offense. 25. Unskilled leadership of the assembly. After my passing, if a disciple should serve as an abbot, elder Dharma master, precept master, meditation master, or guest prefect, he must develop a compassionate mind and peacefully settle differences within the assembly, skillfully administering the resources of the three jewels, spending frugally and not treating them as his own property. 70. If instead he were to create disorder, provoke quarrels and disputes, or squander the resources of the assembly, he would commit a secondary offense. 26. Accepting personal offerings. Once a disciple of the Buddha has settled down in a temple, if visiting Bodhisattva Bhiksus should arrive at the temple precincts, the guest quarters established by the king, or even the summer retreat quarters, or the quarters of the great assembly, the disciple should welcome the visiting monks and see them off. He should provide them with such essentials as food and drink, a place to live, beds, chairs, and the like. If the host does not have the necessary means, he should be willing to pound himself or cut off and sell his own flesh. 71. Whenever there are meal offerings and ceremonies at a layman's home, visiting monks should be given a fair share of the offerings. The abbot should send the monks, whether residents or guests, to the donor as place in turn, according to their sacerdotal age or merits and virtues. 72. If only resident monks are allowed to accept invitations and not visiting monks, the abbot is committing a grievous offense and is behaving no differently than an animal. He is unworthy of being a monk or a son of the Buddha, and is guilty of a secondary offense. 27. Accepting discriminatory invitations. A disciple of the Buddha must not accept personal invitations nor appropriate the offerings for himself. Such offerings rightly belong to the Sangha, the whole community of monks and nuns of the 10 directions. To accept personal offerings is to steal the possessions of the Sangha of the 10 directions. It is tantamount to stealing what belongs to the 8 fields of blessings, Buddhas, sages, Dharma masters, precept masters, monks, 斜线 nuns, mothers, fathers, the sick. Such a disciple commits a secondary offense. 73. 28. Issuing discriminatory invitations. A disciple of the Buddha, be he a Bodhisattva monk, lay Bodhisattva, or other donor, should, when inviting monks or nuns to conduct a prayer session, come to the temple and inform the monk in charge. The monk will then tell him, inviting members of the Sangha according to the proper order is 10 to none to inviting the arhats of the 10 directions. To offer a discriminatory special invitation to such a worthy group as 500 arhats or bodhisattva monks will not generate as much merit as inviting one ordinary monk if it is his turn. 74. There is no provision in the teachings of the seven Buddhas 75 for discriminatory invitations. To do so is to follow externalist practices and to contradict filial piety toward all sentient beings. If a disciple deliberately issues a discriminatory invitation, he commits a secondary offense. 29. On improper livelihoods. A disciple of the Buddha should not, for the sake of gain or with evil intentions, engage in the business of prostitution, selling the wiles and charms of men and women. 76. He must also not cook for himself, milling and pounding grain. Neither may he act as a fortune teller predicting the gender of children, reading dreams and the like. Nor shall he practice sorcery, work as a trainer of falcons or hunting dogs, nor make a living concocting hundreds and thousands of poisons from deadly snakes, insects, or from gold and silver. Such occupations lack mercy, compassion, and filial piety towards sentient beings. Therefore, if a bodhisattva intentionally engages in these occupations, he commits a secondary offense. 30. On handling business affairs for the laity. A disciple of the Buddha must not, with evil intentions, slander the Triple Jewel White, pretending to be their close adherent preaching the truth of emptiness while his actions are in the realm of existence. Furthermore, he must not handle worldly affairs for the laity, acting as a go-between or matchmaker. 77. Creating the karma of attachment. Moreover, during the 6 days of fasting each month and the 3 months of fasting each year, 78, a disciple should strictly observe all precepts, particularly against killing, stealing and the rules against breaking the fast. Otherwise, the disciple commits a secondary offense. 79. A bodhisattva should respectfully study and observe the 10 preceding precepts. They are explained in detail in the chapter on prohibitions. 80. 31. Rescuing clerics along with sacred objects. After my passing, in the evil periods that will follow, there will be externalists, evil persons, thieves and robbers who steal and sell statues and paintings of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas and those to whom respect is due, such as their parents. They may even peddle copies of sutras and moral codes, or sell monks, nuns or those who follow the Bodhisattva path or have developed the Bodhi mind to serve as retainers or servants to officials and others. 81. A disciple of the Buddha, upon witnessing such pitiful events, must develop a mind of compassion and find ways to rescue and protect all persons and valuables, raising funds wherever he can for this purpose. If a bodhisattva does not act in this manner, he commits a secondary offense. 32. On harming sentient beings. A disciple of the Buddha must not sell knives, clubs, bows, arrows, other life-taking devices, nor keep altered scales or measuring devices. He should not abuse his governmental position to confiscate people as possessions, nor should he, with malice at heart, restrain or imprison others or sabotage their success. 82. In addition, he should not raise cats, dogs, foxes, pigs and other such animals. 83. If he intentionally does such things, he commits a secondary offense. 33. On watching improper activities. A disciple of the Buddha must not, with evil intentions, watch people fighting or the battling of armies, rebels, gangs and the like. 84. He should not listen to the sounds of conch shells, drums, horns, guitars, flutes, lutes, songs or other music, nor should he be party to any form of gambling, whether dice, checkers, or the like. 85. Furthermore, he should not practice fortune-telling or divination, nor should he be an accomplice to thieves and bandits. He must not participate in any of these activities. If instead he intentionally does so, he commits a secondary offense. 34. Temporary abandoning of the Bodhi mind. A disciple of the Buddha should observe the Bodhisattva precepts every day, whether walking, standing, reclining or seated, reading and reciting them day and night. He should be resolute in keeping the precepts, as strong as a diamond, as desperate as a shipwrecked person clinging to a small log while attempting to cross the ocean, or as principled as the pixie bound by reeds. 86. Furthermore, he should always have a wholesome faith in the teachings of the Mahayana, conscious that sentient beings are Buddhas. To be while the Buddhas are realized Buddhas, he should develop the Bodhi mind and maintain it in each and every thought, without retrogression. 87. If a bodhisattva has but a single thought in the direction of the two vehicles or externalist teachings, he commits a secondary offense. 35. Failure to make great vows. A bodhisattva must make many great vows to be filial to his parents and dharma teachers, to meet good spiritual advisors, 89, friends and colleagues who will keep teaching him the Mahayana Sutras and moral codes as well as the stages of Bodhisattva practice, the 10 dwellings, the 10 practices, the 10 educations, and the 10 grounds. He should further vow to understand these teachings clearly so that he can practice according to the Dharma while resolutely keeping the precepts of the Buddhas. If necessary, he should lay down his life rather than abandon this resolve for even a single moment. If a bodhisattva does not make such vows, he commits a secondary offense. 36. Failure to make resolutions. Once a bodhisattva has made these great vows, he should strictly keep the precepts of the Buddhas and make the following resolutions. I would rather jump into a raging blaze, a deep abyss, or into a mountain of knives, than engaging in pure actions with any woman, thus violating the sutras and moral codes of the Buddhas of the 3 periods of time. I would rather wrap myself 1,000 times with a red-hot iron net than let this body, should it break the precepts, wear clothing provided by the faithful. I would rather swallow red-hot iron pellets and drink molten iron for hundreds of thousands of years than let this mouth, should it break the precepts, consume food and drink provided by the faithful. I would rather lie on a bonfire or a burning iron net than let this body, should it break the precepts, rest on bedding, blankets and mats supplied by the faithful. I would rather be impaled for eons by hundreds of spears than let this body, should it break the precepts, receive medications from the faithful. I would rather jump into a cauldron of boiling oil and roast for hundreds of thousands of eons than let this body, should it break the precepts, receive shelter, groves, gardens, or fields from the faithful. I would rather be pulverized from head to toe by an iron sledgehammer than let this body, should it break the precepts, accept respect and reverence from the faithful. 94. I would rather have both eyes blinded by hundreds of thousands of swords and spears, rather than break the precepts by looking at beautiful forms. In the same vein, I shall keep my mind from being sullied by exquisite sounds, fragrances, food and sensations. 5. I further vow that all sentient beings will achieve Buddhahood. 91. If a disciple of the Buddha does not make the preceding great resolutions, he commits a secondary offense. 37. Traveling in dangerous areas. As a cleric, a disciple of the Buddha should engage in ascetic practices twice each year. He should sit in meditation, winter and summer, and observe the summer retreat. During those periods, he should always carry 18 essentials such as a willow branch for a toothbrush, ash, water, for soap, the traditional 3 clerical robes, an incense burner, a bathing bowl, a sitting mat, a water filter, bedding, copies of sutras and moral codes as well as statues of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. When practicing austerities and when traveling, be it for 30 miles or 300 miles, a cleric should always have the 18 essentials with him. The 2 periods of austerities are from the 15th of the first lunar month to the 15th of the 3rd month, and from the 15th of the 8th lunar month to the 15th of the 10th month. During the periods of austerities, he requires these 18 essentials just as a bird needs its 2 wings. Twice each month, the novice bodhisattva should attend the Apposita ceremony and recite the 10 major and 48 secondary precepts. Such recitations should be done before images of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. If only one person attends the ceremony, then he should do the reciting. If 2, 3, or even hundreds of thousands attend the ceremony, still only one person should recite. Everyone else should listen in silence. The one reciting should sit on a higher level than the audience, and everyone should be dressed in clerical robes. During the summer retreat, each and every activity should be managed in accordance with the Dharma. When practicing the austerities, the Buddhist disciple should avoid dangerous areas, unstable kingdoms, countries ruled by evil kings, precipitous terrains, remote wildernesses, regions inhabited by bandits, thieves, or lions, tigers, wolves, poisonous snakes, or areas subject to hurricanes, floods and fires. The disciple should avoid all such dangerous areas when practicing the austerities and also when observing the summer retreat. 92. Otherwise, he commits a secondary offense. 38. Order of sitting within the assembly. A disciple of the Buddha should sit in the proper order when in the assembly. Those who receive the Bodhisattva precepts first sit first, those who receive the precepts afterwards should sit behind. Whether old or young, a bhiksu or bhiksunai, a person of status, a king, a prince, a eunuch, or a servant, etc., each should sit according to the order in which he received the precepts. Disciples of the Buddha should not be like externalists or deluded people who base their order on age or sit without any order at all in barbarian fashion. In my Dharma, the order of sitting is based on seniority of ordination. Therefore, if a bodhisattva does not follow the order of sitting according to the Dharma, he commits a secondary offense. 39. Failure to cultivate merits and wisdom. A disciple of the Buddha should constantly counsel and teach all people to establish monasteries, temples and pagodas in mountains and forests, gardens and fields. He should also construct stupas for the Buddhas and buildings for winter and summer retreats. All facilities required for the practice of the Dharma should be established. Moreover, a disciple of the Buddha should explain Mahayana Sutras and the Bodhisattva precepts to all sentient beings. In times of sickness, national calamities, impending warfare, or upon the death of one as parents, brothers and sisters, Dharma masters and precept masters, a bodhisattva should lecture and explain Mahayana Sutras and the Bodhisattva precepts weekly for up to 7 weeks. 94. The disciple should read, recite, and explain the Mahayana Sutras and the Bodhisattva precepts in all prayer gatherings, in his business undertakings and during periods of calamity, fire, flood, storms, ships lost at sea in turbulent waters or stalked by demons. In the same vein, he should do so in order to transcend evil karma, the 3 evil realms, the 8 difficulties, the 7 cardinal sins, all forms of imprisonment, or excessive sexual desire, anger, delusion, and illness. 95. If a novice bodhisattva fails to act as indicated, he commits a secondary offense. 星号 The bodhisattva should study and respectfully observe the 9 precepts just mentioned above, as explained in the Brahma Altar chapter. 40. Discrimination in conferring the precepts. A disciple of the Buddha should not be selective and show preference in conferring the Bodhisattva precepts. Each and every person can receive the precepts. Kings, princes, high officials, bhiksus, bhiksunis, laymen, libertines, prostitutes, the gods in the 18 Brahma heavens or the 6 desire heavens, asexual persons, bisexual persons, eunuchs, slaves, or demons and ghosts of all types. Buddhist disciples should be instructed to wear robes and sleep on cloth of a neutral color, formed by blending blue, yellow, red, black and purple dyes altogether. The clothing of monks and nuns should, in all countries, be different from those worn by ordinary persons. 96. Before someone is allowed to receive the Bodhisattva precepts, he should be asked, "Have you committed any of the cardinal sins?" The precept master should not allow those who have committed such sins to receive the precepts. Here are the 7 cardinal sins: shedding the Buddha's blood, murdering an arhat, killing one's father, killing one's mother, murdering a Dharma teacher, murdering a precept master, or disrupting the harmony of the Sangha. Except for those who have committed the cardinal sins, everyone can receive the Bodhisattva precepts. The Dharma rules of the Buddhist order prohibit monks and nuns from bowing down before rulers, parents, relatives, demons and ghosts. Anyone who understands the explanations of the precept master can receive the Bodhisattva precepts. Therefore, if a person were to come from 30 to 300 miles away seeking the Dharma and the precept master, out of meanness and anger, does not promptly confer these precepts, he commits a secondary offense. 97. 41. Teaching for the sake of profit. If a disciple of the Buddha, when teaching others and developing their faith in the Mahayana, should discover that a particular person wishes to receive the Bodhisattva precepts, he should act as a teaching master and instruct that person to seek out 2 masters, a Dharma master and a precept master. These 2 masters should ask the precept candidate whether he has committed any of the 7 cardinal sins in this life. If he has, he cannot receive the precepts. If not, he may receive the precepts. If he has broken any of the 10 major precepts, he should be instructed to repent before the statues of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. He should do so 6 times a day and recite the 10 major and 48 minor precepts, paying respect with utter sincerity to the Buddhas of the 3 periods of time. He should continue in this manner until he receives an auspicious response, which could occur after 7 days, 14 days, 21 days, or even a year. Examples of auspicious signs include experiencing the Buddhas rub the crown of one's head, or seeing lights, halos, flowers and other such rare phenomena. The witnessing of an auspicious sign indicates that the candidate's karma has been dissipated. Otherwise, although he has repented, it was of no avail. He still has not received the precepts. However, the merits accrued will increase his chances of receiving the precepts in a future lifetime. Unlike the case of a major bodhisattva precept, if a candidate has violated any of the 48 secondary precepts, he can confess his infraction and sincerely repent before bodhisattva, monks or nuns. After that, his offense will be eradicated. The officiating master, however, must fully understand the Mahayana Sutras and moral codes, the secondary as well as the major bodhisattva precepts, what constitutes an offense and what does not, the truth of primary meaning, as well as the various Bodhisattva cultivation stages, the 10 dwellings, the 10 practices, the 10 dedications, the 10 grounds, and equal and wonderful enlightenment. He should also know the type and degree of contemplation required for entering and exiting these stages, and be familiar with the 10 limbs of enlightenment as well as a variety of other contemplations. If he is not familiar with the above and out of greed for fame, disciples or offerings, he makes a pretense of understanding the sutras and moral codes. He is deceiving himself as well as others. Hence, if he intentionally acts as precept master, transmitting the precepts to others, he commits a secondary offense. 42. Reciting the precepts to evil persons. A disciple of the Buddha should not, with a greedy motive, expound the great precepts of the Buddhas before those who have not received them, externalists or persons with heterodox views. Except in the case of kings or supreme rulers, he may not expound the precepts before any such person. Persons who hold heterodox views and do not accept the precepts of the Buddhas are untamed in nature. They will not, lifetime after lifetime, encounter the triple jewel. They are as mindless as trees and stones. They are no different from wooden stumps. Hence, if a disciple of the Buddha expounds the precepts of the 7 Buddhas before such persons, he commits a secondary offense. 98. 43. Thoughts of violating the precepts. If a disciple of the Buddha joins the order out of pure faith, receives the correct precepts of the Buddhas, but then develops thoughts of violating the precepts, he is unworthy of receiving any offerings from the faithful, unworthy of walking on the ground of his motherland, unworthy of drinking its water. 5,000 guardian spirits constantly block his way, calling him evil thief. These spirits always follow him into people's homes, villages and towns, sweeping away his very footprints. Everyone curses such a disciple, calling him a thief within the Dharma. All sentient beings avert their eyes, not wishing to see him. A disciple of the Buddha who breaks the precepts is no different from an animal or a wooden stump. Hence, if a disciple intentionally violates the correct precepts, he commits a secondary offense. 99. 44. Failure to honor the sutras and moral codes. A disciple of the Buddha should always single-mindedly receive, observe, read and recite the Mahayana Sutras and moral codes. He should copy the sutras and moral codes onto bark, paper, fine cloth, or bamboo slats and not hesitate to use his own skin as paper. Draw his own blood for ink and his marrow for ink solvent, or split his bones for use as pens. 100. He should use precious gems, priceless incense and flowers and other precious things to make and adorn covers and cases to store the sutras and codes. Hence, if he does not make offerings to the sutras and moral codes, in accordance with the Dharma, he commits a secondary offense. 45. Failure to teach sentient beings. A disciple of the Buddha should develop a mind of great compassion. Whenever he enters people as homes, villages, cities or towns, and sees sentient beings, he should say aloud, "You sentient beings should all take the 3 refuges and receive the 10 major Bodhisattva precepts." Should he come across cows, pigs, horses, sheep and other kinds of animals, he should concentrate and say aloud, "You are now animals, you should develop the Bodhi mind." A Bodhisattva, wherever he goes, be it climbing a mountain, entering a forest, crossing a river, or walking through a field, should help all sentient beings develop the Bodhi mind. 101. If a disciple of the Buddha does not wholeheartedly teach and rescue sentient beings in such a manner, he commits a secondary offense. 46. Preaching in an inappropriate manner. A disciple of the Buddha should always have a mind of great compassion to teach and transform sentient beings. Whether visiting wealthy and aristocratic donors or addressing Dharma gatherings, he should not remain standing while explaining the Dharma to laymen, but should occupy a raised seat in front of the lay assembly. 102. A bhikshu serving as Dharma instructor must not be standing while lecturing to the fourfold assembly. During such lectures, the Dharma master should sit on a raised seat amidst flowers and incense, while the fourfold assembly must listen from lower seats. The assembly must respect and follow the master like filial sons obeying their parents or Brahmins worshipping fire. If a Dharma master does not follow these rules while preaching the Dharma, he commits a secondary offense. 47. On regulations against the Dharma. A disciple of the Buddha who has accepted the precepts of the Buddhas with a faithful mind must not use his high official position as a king, prince, official, etc. to undermine the moral code of the Buddhas. He may not establish rules and regulations preventing the four kinds of lay disciples from joining the order and practicing the way, nor may he prohibit the making of Buddha or Bodhisattva images, statues and stupas, or the printing and distribution of sutras and codes. 103. Likewise, he must not establish rules and regulations placing controls on the fourfold assembly. If highly placed lay disciples engage in actions contrary to the Dharma, they are no different from vassals in the service of illegitimate rulers. A bodhisattva should rightfully receive respect and offerings from all. If instead, he is forced to defer to officials, this is contrary to the Dharma, contrary to the moral code. Hence, if a king or official has received the bodhisattva precepts with a wholesome mind, he should avoid offenses that harm the three jewels. If instead, he intentionally commits such acts, he is guilty of a secondary offense. 104. 48. On destroying the Dharma. A disciple of the Buddha who becomes a monk with wholesome intentions must not, for fame or profit, explain the precepts to kings or officials in such a way as to cause monks, nuns or laymen who have received the Bodhisattva precepts to be tied up, thrown into prison or forcefully conscripted. If a bodhisattva acts in such a manner, he is no different from a worm in a lion's body, eating away at the lion's flesh. This is not something a worm living outside the lion can do. Likewise, only disciples of the Buddhas can bring down the Dharma, no externalist or demon can do so. 105. Those who have received the precepts of the Buddha should protect and observe them, just as a mother would care for her only child or a filial son his parents. They must not break the precepts. If a bodhisattva hears externalists or evil-minded persons speak ill of or disparage the precepts of the Buddhas, he should feel as though his heart were pierced by 300 spears, or his body stabbed with 1,000 knives, or thrashed with 1,000 clubs. He would rather suffer in the house himself for 100 eons than hear evil beings disparage the precepts of the Buddha. How much worse it would be if the disciple were to break the precepts himself or incite others to do so. This is indeed an unfilial mind. Hence, if he violates the precepts intentionally, he commits a secondary offense. The preceding 9 precepts should be studied and respectfully observed with utmost faith. 7. Conclusion. The Buddha said, "All of you disciples, these are the 48 secondary precepts that you should observe. Bodhisattvas of the past have recited them, those of the future will recite them, those of the present are now reciting them. Disciples of the Buddha, you should all listen. These 10 major and 48 secondary precepts are recited by all Buddhas of the 3 periods of time past, present, and future. I now recite them as well." 8. Epilogue. The Buddha continued, "Everyone in the assembly, kings, princes, officials, bhiksus, bhiksunis, laymen, laywomen, and those who have received the Bodhisattva precepts should receive and observe, read and recite, explain and copy these precepts of the eternal Buddha nature so that they can circulate without interruption for the edification of all sentient beings. They will then encounter the Buddhas and receive the teachings from each one in succession. Lifetime after lifetime, they will escape the 3 evil paths and the 8 difficulties and will always be reborn in the human and celestial realms. I have concluded a general explanation of the precepts of the Buddhas beneath this body tree. All in this assembly should single-mindedly study the Pratimuksa precepts and joyfully observe them. These precepts are explained in detail in the exhortation section of the marvelous Celestial King chapter. At that time, the Bodhisattvas of the 3,000 world system, cosmos, sat listening with utmost reverence to the Buddha reciting the precepts. They then joyously received and observed them. As Buddha Sakyamuni finished explaining the 10 inexhaustible precepts of the mind, Grand Dharma Door chapter, which Vairocana Buddha had previously proclaimed in the lotus flower treasury world, countless other Sakyamuni Buddhas did the same. As Sakyamuni Buddha preached in 10 different places, from the Mahesvara heaven palace to the Bodhi tree, for the benefit of countless bodhisattvas and other beings, all the countless Buddhas in the infinite lands of the lotus treasury world did the same. They explained the Buddha as mind treasury, the 13 minds, ground treasury, precept treasury, infinite actions and thoughts treasury, the treasury of the ever-present Buddha nature as cause and effect of Buddhahood. Thus, all the Buddhas completed their expositions of the countless Dharma treasuries. All sentient beings throughout the billions of worlds gladly receive and observe these teachings. The characteristics of the mind, ground are explained in greater detail in the chapter. 7 Forms of Conduct of the Buddha Floral Brilliance King. 星号星号星号。9 Verses of Praise. The sages with great samadhi and wisdom can observe this teaching. Even before reaching Buddhahood, they are blessed with 5 benefits. First, the Buddhas of the 10 directions always keep them in mind and protect them. Secondly, at the time of death, they hold correct views with a joyous mind. Third, wherever they are reborn, the Bodhisattvas are their friends. 106. Fourth, merits and virtues abound as the Patapita of precepts is 107 accomplished. Fifth, in this life and in succeeding ones, observing all precepts, they are filled with merits and wisdom. Such disciples are sons of the Buddha. Wise people should ponder this well. Common beings clinging to marks and self cannot obtain this teaching, nor can followers of the 2 vehicles, abiding in quietude, plant their seeds within it, to nurture the sprouts of Bodhi, to illuminate the world with wisdom. You should carefully observe the true mark of all dharmas. 108. Neither born nor unborn, neither eternal nor extinct, neither the same nor different, neither coming nor going. In that single-minded state, the disciple should diligently cultivate and adorn the Bodhisattva as practices and deeds, in sequential order, between the teachings of study and non-study. One should not develop thoughts of discrimination. This is the foremost path, also known as Mahayana. All offenses of idle speculation and meaningless debate. 109. Invariably disappear at this juncture. The Buddha as omniscient wisdom also arises from this. Therefore, all disciples of the Buddha should develop great resolve and strictly observe the Buddha as precepts, as though they were brilliant gems. All Bodhisattvas of the past have studied these precepts. Those of the future will also study them. Those of the present study them as well. This is the path walked by the Buddhas and praised by the Buddhas. I have now finished explaining the precepts, the body of immense merit and virtue. I now transfer them all to sentient beings. May they all attain supreme wisdom. May the sentient beings who hear this Dharma all attain Buddhahood. X. Verses of dedication. In the Lotus Treasury Word, Fo can now explain an infinitesimal part of the mind, ground door, transmitting it to the Sakya Munis. 110. Major and minor precepts are clearly delineated. All sentient beings receive immense benefits. Homage to Vairocana Buddha, Lord of the Brahma Net Sutra. 星号，星号，星号。Gatha. O celestials, titans and spirits, who have come to hear the Dharma, should earnestly uphold it, that it may remain forever, and everyone may practice it with diligence. O who have come here to listen, whether of this earth or beyond, should rely on the true Dharma, practicing day and night, with compassion toward all beings, always rescuing and protecting them. We wish that the world may be forever calm and peaceful, and that the infinite wisdom of the Dharma always benefits sentient beings. May all their transgressions be erased. May they escape suffering and enter nirvana. May the precepts always perfume their bodies. May samadhi always clothe their forms. May the flowers of wisdom adorn all lands. May all realms always be peaceful and serene. Homage to the Dharma, protecting Bodhisattvas, Mahasattvas, Santans. At this point, the reciter of the precepts arises and, with palms joined, announces as instructed. I, then, have just finished reciting the precepts. If, because of my laxity in guarding the three karma of body, speech and mind, there were errors or omissions, I humbly request the indulgence of the assembly. 星号，星号，星号。The Prajnapatamita Heart Sutra. When the Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara was practicing the deep Prajnapatamita, she perceived that the 5 skandhas were empty. Thus, she overcame all ills and suffering. Oh, sorry Putra, form does not differ from emptiness, and emptiness does not differ from form. Form is emptiness and emptiness is form. The same is true for feelings, perceptions, impulses and consciousness. Oh, sorry Putra, the characteristics of emptiness of all dharmas are non-arising, non-ceasing, non-defiled, non-pure, non-increasing, non-decreasing. Therefore, in emptiness there are no forms, no feelings, perceptions, impulses or consciousness, no eye, ear, nose, tongue, body or mind, no form, sound, smell, taste, touch or phenomena, no realm of the eye and so forth, up to no realm of consciousness. No ignorance and no ending of ignorance, and so forth, up to no old age and death and no ending of old age and death. There is also no suffering, or cause of suffering, or cessation of suffering, and no past. There is no wisdom and there is no attainment, because there is nothing to be attained. The Bodhisattvas, relying on Prajnapatamita, have no obstruction in their minds. Because there is no obstruction, there is no fear, and they transcend confusion and deluded views, ultimately reaching nirvana. The Buddhas of the past, present and future, relying on Prajnapatamita, attain supreme enlightenment. Therefore, the Prajnapatamita is the great divine mantra, the mantra of illumination, the supreme mantra, the unequaled mantra, which can dispel all suffering, truly and not falsely. She then uttered the Prajnapatamita mantra, saying, Gate, Gate, Para Gate, Parasan Gate, Bodhisvaha. 星号, 星号, 星号. If time allows, the practitioner can recite the Buddha's name and dedicate the merits. Following the general Pure Land liturgy, alternatively, if time does not permit, the text below may be used. Listening to these precepts is an act of supreme virtue. I dedicate these countless supreme virtues and merits to all sentient beings in the Dharma realm, vowing that they may swiftly achieve rebirth in the land of the Buddha of limitless light. I vow to eradicate all obstructions and afflictions. I vow to attain supreme enlightenment. I vow to eradicate all delusive karma. Thus will I always follow the Bodhisattva path. I vow to be reborn in the Western Pure Land. The 9 lotus grades will be my parents. When the blossoms open, I will see Amitabha Buddha and awaken to the truth of non-birth. Non-retrogressing bodhisattvas will be my friends. 星号, 星号, 星号. I dedicate these merits and virtues to everyone everywhere, so that all sentient beings and I achieve Buddhahood together. I take refuge in the Buddha, vowing that sentient beings may understand the Great Way and develop the Supreme Mind. I take refuge in the Dharma, vowing that sentient beings may penetrate all the sutras with wisdom as profound as the oceans. I take refuge in the Sangha, vowing that sentient beings be in harmony with the Great Assembly, free of all obstructions. Vows. May Amitabha Buddha always come to protect me, helping to develop my good roots. May I be diligent in this life and never lose the pure causes for rebirth in Amitabha's land. When I depart from this world, may my body and mind be in correct concentration, with no impediments to my faculties of hearing and sight. May Amitabha Buddha appear before me, with the assembly of bodhisattvas bearing a lotus dais. In an instant, I shall be reborn in the Pure Land, perfect the bodhisattva path and rescue all sentient beings. Together, may we all achieve supreme wisdom. Bowing with utmost reverence. Homage to the great, merciful and compassionate Buddha Amitabha of the Western land of ultimate bliss. Homage to the great, compassionate Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, to the Bodhisattva Mahasvama, and to the pure assembly of Bodhisattvas, as vast as the oceans. Homage to the Pure Land Assembly, as vast as the oceans, of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, superior Bodhisattvas and beings of the highest virtue. Notes Byzantine Study Group, based on commentaries of elder masters. Vairottana Buddha, the primordial Buddha, represents the Dharma body of Buddha, Sakyamuni and all Buddhas. His Pure Land is the entire cosmos. Wish-fulfilling gem, a jewel said to possess the power of producing whatever one desires. It symbolizes the greatness and virtue of the Buddha and the Buddhist scriptures. A dictionary of Buddhist terms and concepts, P504505. 4 months make a season, traditionally, in Buddhism, following the Indian custom. The year is divided into 3 seasons, spring, summer and winter. There is no autumn. Upasaka Upasika, laymen let women who have taken at least one of the 5 lay precepts. In the context of this sutra, members of the laity who have taken the Bodhisattva precepts. 4. These verses allude to the following story. 3 fish were stranded in shallow water. One returned to the sea by leaping over an obstacle in its path, a small boat. Another returned to the sea by swimming around the boat. The 3rd fish just frolicked in the water, oblivious to its situation. In the end, when the water dried up, it suffocated to death. 5. Sangha, the order of monks and nuns. 6. If a monk or nun who has taken the Bodhisattva precepts and kept them since the last service cannot attend the semi-monthly Aposatha, he should request a colleague to represent him and state that he is in agreement with the proceedings. Acceptable reasons for absence include dharma work and illness. 7. Pratimuksa, a body of precepts, in this case, the 58 Bodhisattva precepts. The term also applies to the full body of Bhiksu Bhiksu 9 precepts. 8. Aposatha, semi-monthly service for recitation of precepts, either the Bhiksu Bhiksu 9 or Bodhisattva precepts. According to the Vinaya, the recitation should be preceded by a public confession of transgressions. In practice, this part of the service is often omitted. 9. The Brahma Net Sutra was translated from a Sanskrit text. A Tibetan translation is also extant, confirming the Indian origin of the sutra. Master Kumar Jiva's Translation Bureau was reportedly composed of some 3,000 monks. The Brahma Net Sutra is a two-fascicle sutra translated into Chinese in AD 406. Kumar Jiva of the later Qing dynasty. According to the preface written by his disciple, Sen Zhao, this text corresponds to the 10th chapter of a much longer Sanskrit original, consisting of 120 fascicles comprising 61 chapters. The first fascicle expounds 40 stages of Bodhisattva practice. The second sets forth 10 major and 48 minor precepts. This sutra was highly valued in China, Korea, Vietnam, and Japan as a work detailing precepts for bodhisattvas, and many commentaries were written on it. A Dictionary of Buddhist Terms and Concepts, p30. Please note that the Mahayana Brahma Net Sutra and the Bodhisattva precepts contained therein is a different text from the Sutra of the same name found in the Dhammapada of the Pali Theravada canon. These Bodhisattva precepts are traditionally taken by Mahayana monks and nuns a few days, or sometimes immediately, after they take their precepts of ordination as a bhiksu or bhiksunai. The Bodhisattva precepts are also given on these occasions to advanced laymen and laywomen. Although the Brahma Net Sutra can be high in tone and demanding of practitioners, readers should not be scared away or discouraged. They should not, however, expect to grasp the full significance of the injunctions without developing the bodhi-mind and engaging in serious practice. The Sravaka, monks and nuns, precepts were established by the Buddha to correct problems as they occurred. For example, during the alms rounds, young monks would receive less food than older ones and so would sometimes go hungry. Therefore, the Buddha established the rule that donations should be pooled and shared equally among all monks. The Bodhisattva precepts, on the other hand, are based on eternal truths inherent in the self, nature, e.g., the precepts on generosity. Thus, while the Sravaka precepts are practical rules, the Bodhisattva precepts are independent of time and space, but part and parcel of the self, nature, the mind. 10. In Mahayana texts, the word Sakyamuni can be taken to mean a greatly compassionate being and be an ascetic who has calmed his mind. In the cosmos, there is an infinite number of such sages and infinite number of Sakyamuni Buddhas. Each time a Buddha is about to teach the Mahayana Sutras, he first emits lights from various parts of his body as an auspicious sign. This is to help members of the assembly to develop faith and deep respect, thus becoming more receptive to the teachings and receiving extra benefits. Emitting light is thus an act of compassion of the Buddhas. 11. 7 years of cultivation. This refers to the 6 years the future Sakyamuni Buddha practiced alone, after discovering that the ascetic teachings he received earlier were not leading to supreme enlightenment, as well as the 49 days he meditated under the Bodhi tree. 12. Jewel net of Indra, one of the most beautiful and profound metaphors in the Mahayana tradition. It is associated with the Apatanasaka Sutra, with its conception of unity and universal interdependence. Far away in the heavenly abode of the great god Indra, Brahma, there is a wonderful net, which has been hung by some cunning artificer in such a manner that it stretches out infinitely in all directions. In accordance with the extravagant tastes of deities, the artificer has hung a single glittering jewel in each eye of the net, and since the net itself is infinite in dimension, the jewels are infinite in number. There hang the jewels, glittering like stars of the first magnitude, a wonderful sight to behold. If we now arbitrarily select one of these jewels for inspection and look closely at it, we will discover that in its polished surface there are reflected all the other jewels in the net, infinite in number. Not only that, but each of the jewels reflected in this one jewel is also reflecting all the other jewels, so that there is an infinite reflecting process occurring. The Huayan Apatanasaka school has been fond of this image, mentioned many times in its literature, because it symbolizes a cosmos in which there is an infinitely repeated interrelationship among all the members of the cosmos. This relationship is said to be one of simultaneous mutual identity and mutual intercausality. Francis Cook, Huayan Buddhism, Pr. 13. I have come to this world 8,000 times. The Buddha has been among us countless times, in countless forms. He knows our world, and we can rely on his teachings. Cf. Lotus Sutra 14. Bodhisattva disciples should transmit the Bodhisattva precepts to sentient beings. There is no such requirement in any other set of precepts. See Introduction. 15. Important point. If we truly believe that sentient beings are the Buddhas of the future, we would never think of killing them or harming them in any way. Rather, we would have feelings of compassion toward all sentient beings, without exception. This sense of compassion is the very essence of the Bodhisattva precepts. Therefore, the Brahma Net Sutra states, if you should have such faith then this precept code is fulfilled. 16. Filial piety toward one's parents means not only to avoid causing them pain, but also to strive to make them happy. To be filial, therefore, is to have compassion towards our parents. Moreover, parents in the Mahayana context does not mean one as parents in this lifetime only, but also throughout the eons of time. Through the eons of rebirth, all men and women must have been our fathers or mothers at one time or another. Thus, the word parents represents all sentient beings. See, for example, the Filial Piety Sutra. In other words, to be filial toward one's parents means to have compassion for all sentient beings. Thus, if a person is truly filial to his parents, he is in effect observing all the Bodhisattva precepts. This is because all these precepts have but one goal: to nurture compassion for all sentient beings by showing them the way to enlightenment. 17. Ultimate path, the path or way to Buddhahood, not arhatship, goal of the two vehicles or Theravada, or the paths of gods and humans. For example, if one were to donate $10,000 to a temple, hoping to receive wealth in a future lifetime or to obtain happiness, one would not be following the ultimate path. On the other hand, transferring the merits one has accrued to all sentient beings so that they, as well as ourselves, may achieve Buddhahood is the ultimate path. 18. Restraint and cessation, the basic or Sravaka precepts taught by the Buddhas, i.e. the 5 lay precepts, the 10 precepts of novice monks, or the 254 bhiksus, all have an essentially negative tone. They are meant to prevent the practitioner from committing offenses. The Bodhisattva precepts, on the other hand, shift the emphasis toward the altruistic aspect. We should consider all sentient beings as part of our family. We should be filial to them, have compassion for them. Thus the Bodhisattva's precepts, unlike other precepts, have 2 components: self-benefit and benefit to others, with the emphasis on benefit to others. 19. There were 16 great kingdoms in the Indian subcontinent at the time of the Buddha. 20. In other words, the Bodhisattva precepts are above differentiations, above idle speculation, above human reasoning. Trying to understand the Bodhisattva precepts in Their totality with our limited mind is no different from viewing the heavens through a child's telescope. It is for this reason that the editors have relied on the commentaries of knowledgeable Dharma masters in preparing these notes. 21. The Sravaka precepts, lay and Bhiksu 斜线 Bhiksu 9 precepts, are conferred only on able-bodied persons in full possession of their mental and physical capacities. This is because monks and nuns are the temporal representation of the Buddha on earth. Joining the order is like being selected as officers in the army of liberation. In contrast, Bodhisattvas take the ideal of benefiting sentient beings as their only goal. Therefore, with a few specific exceptions, everyone can receive the precepts and everyone can study and put them into practice. Please note in this connection that for a Bodhisattva precept to be broken and either a parasika, major, or secondary offense created, several factors must come into play: a. Foundation, b. Intention, c. Action, d. Result. For example, in the case of the precept against killing, a. The object has to be a sentient being and the perpetrator aware of this fact, b. The end must be to kill, c. An act of violence must be perpetrated, d. The victim must actually die. However, even if only one factor, intention, motivation, is involved, the Bodhisattva still incurs some negative karma for having violated part of the precept. The importance of the mind is reflected in modern jurisprudence through the distinction between manslaughter, attempted murder, murder in the first and second degrees. Knowledge as to when and how a precept is violated would remove some of the fear and reluctance that lay persons sometimes have with regard to taking the precepts. 22. Before they receive the Bodhisattva precepts, sentient beings differ greatly in wisdom, status, wealth, and so forth. However, once they receive the precepts, they have joined the ranks of the awakened, those foremost in purity. When sentient beings receive the Bodhisattva precepts, at that time, they become supreme vehicles of the Dharma and are foremost in purity. 23. Transformation beings refers to certain types of sentient beings, such as gods or dragons, who can take the appearance of human beings for the purpose of, for example, attending sermons or receiving the precepts. As such opportunities are not necessarily available at all times in their respective realms. See also note 109. 24. The mind is the key factor in all Bodhisattva precepts. For example, the RJJ and D wrote the following with reference to Chinese Buddhist monks in the 19th century. Even when they are away from their temples, the monks strictly abstain from non-vegetarian food. In any case, the temptation does not arise for them. After following a vegetarian diet for a year or two, they develop an invincible disgust for meat and fish. On several occasions, when the author of these lines has had the opportunity to take his meals in one of the huts reserved for lay guests adjacent to the monastery where he was staying, he was visited by monks curious to see how and what he ate. However, as soon as they smelled the odor of his pork roast or his lack of them, they would dash out of the hut sick and ready to throw up. L'École du Mahayana and China, p. 103. Killing by expedient means refers to the means employed to facilitate the killing of a sentient being, such as pointing out the whereabouts of a chicken to others, cornering it, binding its feet, forcing its head onto the butcher block, etc. 25. Parasitical offense. And major offense, which warrants expulsion from the Buddhist order. In practice, the cleric is given the opportunity to repent and reform. Killing sentient beings, including slaughtering animals for food, is among the heaviest transgressions in Buddhism. This is not only because such acts create untold suffering, but also because they cut short the lives of future Buddhas, as all sentient beings have a common Buddha nature. The injunction against all forms of killing, including suicide, covering all sentient beings, is unique to Buddhism. Jainism, for example, approves of the penance of death by self-starvation, while Hindu ceremonies such as the slaughter rites center on offering into the altar fires oblations of milk, butter, honey, domestic animals. K-Krim, Dictionary of Religions, p. 369 and 790. Note, there are important exceptions to this rule. A well-known recent example is the self-immolation, suicide, of Master Fo-Dic in the early 60s to protest the persecution of Buddhists in Vietnam. The Master, a recognized and respected figure, killed himself not to escape personal suffering, but rather to call attention to the plight of the population at large, bring a halt to the persecutions, and, in the good Mahayana tradition, save the perpetrators themselves from major transgressions. The first Sravaka precept, the precepts of Bhiksus Bhiksunis, is not to indulge in sexual relations, while the first Bodhisattva precept is not to kill. This is because the Sravakas Main goal is to become arhats and escape birth and death. Bodhisattvas, on the other hand, take compassion as their main calling, and killing is the very antithesis of compassion. Another explanation is that the Sravaka precepts are specific to an audience and time. Thus, in the time of the Buddha, when a Bhiksu Xiexien Bhiksu Nai committed a certain offense, the Buddha, in response, instituted a certain precept or regulation. This is how the first Bhiksu Xiexien Bhiksu Nai precept against sexual relations came into being. Bodhisattva precepts, on the other hand, are universal in scope, beyond time, space and audience. They were promulgated independently of specific offenses, to help the practitioner return to his self, nature and achieve Buddhahood. They are the precepts of the mind. 26. The life of a sentient being can be divided into two aspects, the internal, related to the physical body, and the external, having to do with food, possessions, and the like. The physical body is sustained by food and other essentials. If these essentials are stolen, life becomes very difficult. In extreme cases, stealing them is tantamount to taking a person as very life. Therefore, the precept not to steal is second in importance only to the precept not to kill. Please note, too, that in the four means of salvation, charity is first and foremost. These are the four means by which bodhisattvas interact with society in order to carry out their work. Charity, the giving of one's possessions to benefit others, is the antithesis of stealing. Master Yan, P.E.I. Stealing by expedient means refers to such acts as hiding other people as possessions, etc., and then adopting an air of innocence, feigning ignorance as to what occurred. 27. According to the commentaries, improper sexual behavior includes such actions as engaging in sex at inappropriate times, in the daytime, on fasting or auspicious days, or in inappropriate places, outside a couple's bedroom, for example. 28. Sexual relations with any sentient being are strictly forbidden to monks and nuns. The purpose is to sever attachments and cut off the very cause of birth and death. See Charles Locke, Tr. Sarangama Sutra, p. 152 ff. See note 77 and the following. This precept is placed third, indicating that it is not as heavy as the precepts against killing and stealing. But if you seek to get out of the triple realm by cultivating the way, then sexual conduct is a factor that obstructs you even more than killing or stealing. Sexual conduct is called conduct which is not Brahma-like, because Brahma means pure. It is not pristine, not pure. It is also called impure conduct because it is the very root of birth and death. It is the source of revolving on the wheel of rebirth. In the Brahma Sutra it says, all living beings are sustained in their lives because of sexual desire. If they cut off sexual desire, they can transcend revolving in samsara, they can leap out of birth and death. Master Suan Huan 29. Examples of physical means include nodding, shaking one's head, etc. An instance of lying through mental means is when someone who has committed a misdeed remains silent when asked. The most serious example of false speech in Buddhism, constituting a major offense, is to claim to have achieved a level of attainment, arhatship, for example, when one has not in fact attained it. The purpose of such a claim is, of course, to receive respect and offerings. Other lies are considered secondary in importance. 30. Selling alcoholic beverages is considered a major offense, while consuming alcoholic beverages is only a secondary one. Secondary precept no. This is because Bodhisattvas place compassion first and foremost and aim at benefiting others. To sell liquor is to harm others, to consume liquor is to harm only oneself. Why should we not consume alcoholic beverages? Buddhism prohibits alcoholic beverages not to deny enjoyment of life, but because alcohol clouds the mind and prevents one's innate wisdom from emerging. Thus, to sell liquor goes against the Bodhisattva's compassionate goal to help sentient beings develop wisdom and achieve Buddhahood. 31. The Bodhisattva's aim is to benefit sentient beings. Therefore, when someone commits an offense, the Bodhisattva does not advertise it but patiently finds ways to console him. Furthermore, a Bodhisattva should mention the good points of others so as to encourage them on the right path and help them develop their potential. Illustration: the Lotus Sutra relates the story of a Bodhisattva man never despised. Whenever he encountered a layman or cleric, he would approach him, bow down to him, and say aloud, "I dare not look down on you because you will become a Buddha in the future." This declaration angered some persons, who would insult and beat him. In response, never despise would simply run far away and repeat, "I dare not look down on you because you will become a Buddha." Why did the Bodhisattva never despise act that way? It was because he cultivated the practice of seeing everything with eyes off, a quality of respecting all sentient beings equally, as they all have the Buddha nature and are all future Buddhas. Another explanation could be that many cultivators cannot conceive of themselves as future Buddhas. The Bodhisattva never despised was raising their sights, urging them to strive for the full enlightenment of Buddhahood. 32. One can say that the habit of praising oneself and looking down on others is common to most people. That is why wherever we go, if we do not hear a person praise himself, we can hear him speak ill of others. Seldom do we hear anyone speak about his own shortcomings while praising the good points of others. That is why, since ancient times, it has never been easy to create an atmosphere of non-contention and happiness between individuals on this earth. If people got into the habit of returning the light and looking within, aware every minute, every hour that they still have many shortcomings, while others have many good qualities, there would never be self-congratulation or criticism of others. This is particularly true in the case of bodhisattvas, who should always admit their own mistakes and never entertain the thought of hiding them. If they were to hide their mistakes, those mistakes would not only not disappear, they would, the contrary, increase in intensity until in time they would control everything. By then, to extinguish them would be impossible. Moreover, not only should bodhisattvas not hide their shortcomings, they should not boast of their achievements either. To do so would lessen the value of these achievements until in time they would disappear entirely. Then, even if they wanted to boast, they could no longer do so. Master Yan, P.E.I. To praise oneself and speak ill of others necessarily makes other people suffer. Not only that, such action tends to raise the ego, the very opposite of the goal of cultivation. Furthermore, in the Abhidhamsaka Sutra, chapter 49, sentient beings are compared to the roots of a tree growing in the rocks and sand of the barren wilderness, while the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas are the flowers and fruits. Therefore, Bodhisattvas need sentient beings. How can they go about criticizing them, unless it is for the purpose of helping them correct their mistakes? Reverend Menduk 33. The Buddhist disciple becomes angry and loses his temper because the other party keeps asking for help. 34. This ninth precept includes two parts, e. being angry and harboring grudges. This precept, like others, takes compassion as its cornerstone. Once anger arises, compassion is lost. The Bodhisattva should not harbor grudges toward anyone and should gladly forgive the mistakes of others. Moreover, once we are reborn in this impure world, we are bound to meet with events that go against our wishes. When these events occur as they are bound to, we should keep calm and try to transcend them. What is the use of getting angry or getting even? Supposing we were lost in the depths of the forest, filled with poisonous plants, deadly insects and ferocious beasts. We should expect to be pricked by thorns and bitten by insects. The best course of action is to find a way out of the forest. To lose one's temper, cursing the thorns and insects, is irrational, to say the least. After Master Yan, Pei 35. Few people would dare slander the Buddha. However, slandering the Dharma or Sangha is another story. An example of slander of the Dharma is to criticize the two-vehicle teaching as inadequate for all sentient beings. Slandering the Sangha is very common nowadays. If a cleric breaks the precepts, he will receive bad karma, but this does not preclude him from being a good teacher. It is like being lost with a group of people in a deep, dark ravine, and among them is a leper who happens to have a torch. A wise person would suppress his revulsion and follow the leper to safety. Please note in this regard the teachings on the four reliances, the most important of which is reliance on the Dharma, not on any particular teacher. Moreover, the Buddhist disciple should have a calm mind, free of discrimination in all circumstances. To speak ill of others is to harbor a mind of discrimination, not yet realizing that good and bad, correct and incorrect, are in essence non-existent and dream-like. Reverend Menduk. Note: major precept 8 stems from greed, 9 from anger, and 10 from delusion. 36. Someone who falls into the 3 evil realms, hell, hungry ghosts, and normality, can expiate his offenses and achieve rebirth in the human realm only after countless years. Only then will that person be likely to understand family obligations or learn the teachings of the Buddha. According to Buddhist teachings, cultivation is easier in the human realm, which contains both hardship and happiness, than in a realm with too much hardship, 3 evil realms, or too much happiness, celestial realms. 37. All the Bodhisattva precepts are based on compassion, on avoiding harm and being of benefit to others. To break them intentionally is to have no compassion towards sentient beings and to lose the seed of enlightenment. One is then cast out of the sea of the Dharma and is no longer a bodhisattva. Note that the most important thing in cultivation is to develop and nurture the seed of enlightenment, the Bodhi-mind, because without that seed, one cannot become a Buddha. 38. This chapter was not transmitted outside of India. 39. A Buddhist disciple who is to become an emperor or a high official should first receive the Bodhisattva precepts, because the mistakes made by a person in high position have wide and far-reaching implications. It is, then, an act of compassion to urge leaders to study and observe the Bodhisattva precepts so that they can work for the benefit of the many instead of the few. 40. Why should one rise to greet and make offerings to elder masters? It is because they are the causes and conditions which help the cultivator attain enlightenment. To fail to respect and draw near them is to lose the benefits of their teachings. In accord with the Dharma, with body, speech and mind, rising to greet them, saying welcoming words in all sincerity. 41. No hands for 500 lives. The disciple will be reborn as a worm, reptile, etc. This retribution appears unusually harsh at first sight. However, in Buddhism, the worst karma is to lack wisdom, the consequence of intoxication. Without wisdom, we can never escape birth and death and are bound to revolve in samsara not only for 500 lives but even for untold years. A story is told of Mahapasyupa, the senior disciple of the Buddha, visiting the Jita grove, accompanied by Anathapindika, a famous benefactor of the order, and suddenly catching sight of a black ant scrambling across his path, drawing Anathapindika's attention to the insect, he recalled that in untold eons past, during the times of the 6 previous Buddhas, he had come across that ant. Now, under Sakyamuni, the 7th Buddha, he himself had become an arhat, but the pure ant, after eons of rebirth, was still just an ant, condemned to scavenge for scraps of food, condemned to the sufferings of an insect as light as devoid as ever of wisdom. Please note that selling alcoholic beverages is an major or rude offense as opposed to consuming intoxicants, which is only a minor offense. To drink alcohol hurts only oneself, but to sell alcoholic beverages hurts others, and goes against the mind of compassion that a bodhisattva should nurture at all times. 42. Exception: when the Buddha was in the world, King Prasenajit as queen had received the 8 precepts of a lay person. One time, King Prasenajit wanted to kill his cook. When his queen heard about this, she wanted to save the cook, so she bedecked herself in fine adornments, put on fragrant powders, placed flowers in her hair, and prepared delicious food and wine. Then she took along several ladies in waiting and went to see the king. King Prasenajit was extremely pleased with the wine and the food, and afterwards the queen beseeched the king to forego his idea of killing the cook. The king consented, and so in this way the cook was saved. The next day, the queen went to the Buddha's place and repented. She had already taken the 8 lay precepts, and one of them is that one can't put fragrant oils or perfumes on one's body or flowers in one's hair. She had also drunk wine the previous day, but since the only reason she did all that was because she wanted to save the cook's life, the Buddha said, "Not only have you not transgressed the precepts, you actually have gained merit and virtue, Master Sun." What? 43. Eating meat not only goes against the spirit of great compassion, it also has far-reaching health implications, as illustrated by the recent refusal of the European community to buy American beef from cattle fattened with hormones. See also the following passage from the Lankavatara Sutra, the only text recommended by Bodhidharma. In the present sutra, all meat eating, in any form, in any manner, and in any place, is unconditionally and once for all, prohibited for all. Thus, Mohammadi meat eating I have not permitted to anyone, I do not permit, I will not permit. Meat eating, I tell you, Mohammadi is not proper for homeless monks. Deity Suzuki, Lankavatara Sutra, p. 219. 44. Pungent herbs, they are leek, onion, garlic, and a few other such herbs such as asafoetida, an ingredient common in curries, etc. Eaten raw, they are believed to incite people to anger and disputes. Eaten cooked, they increase one's sexual desire. Buddhist adepts are advised to avoid them, as their consumption tends to disturb the peacefulness of the mind. According to the Sarangama Sutra, garlic, 3 kinds of onions, and leeks are the 5 forbidden pungent roots. If eaten raw, they are said to cause irritability of temper, and if eaten cooked, to act as an aphrodisiac. Moreover, the breath of the eater, if reading the sutras, will drive away the good spirits. Note, much of the publicized health benefits of garlic and other pungent roots may be industry, inspired and 斜线 or commercial pottery. Buddhist practitioners, particularly those who recite mantras, are usually advised to avoid them altogether. 45. Important point. 46. In a spirit of compassion, the Buddhist disciple should counsel an offender to practice repentance. He should not watch in silence as the offender repeats the offense. Offenses arise from the mind. Repentance is done by the mind. When the mind forgets the offenses exist no more. The mind forgetting and the offenses eradicated. Both then are empty. This is true repentance and reform. Master Suan Wat Tr. 47. Opposite the semi-monthly gathering of monks and nuns to recite the precepts. 48. Note, it is incumbent on the host to request the guest master to teach the Dharma as often as 3 times a day, time and health permitting. 49. Note the example of the youth sadhana in the Apatensaka Sutra, who traveled south to some 110 cities in search of the truth. If it were not for his determination to go wherever required to find the Dharma, how could he finally be admitted to Maitreya as tower and achieve enlightenment in one lifetime? An exception to this rule is when one is already fully conversant with a particular sutra or commentary, or when the sutra or commentary is being taught in a language one does not understand. The sutras teach that when attending a Dharma lecture, a practitioner should concentrate on listening and learning the Dharma. He should avoid personal reactions to the teacher, such as, the teacher has not violated the precepts, comes from a poor wealthy background, has a pleasant unpleasant physical appearance, has good diction speech impediment, has a melodious harsh voice. 50. When preaching the Dharma, a Bodhisattva disciple should always emphasize the development of the body mind. Thus, when teaching the practice of Buddha recitation, for example, he should urge his listeners not only to recite the Buddha's name but also to teach others to do likewise, all the while seeking rebirth in the Pure Land as a stepping stone to Buddhahood. An exception to the rule of not turning away from the Mahayana's. When the capacity of the audience is limited and, for reasons of expediency, can only be taught the two-vehicle path as a stopgap measure. 51. This precept looking after the sick exists only in the Bodhisattva precepts. Reason, the Bhiksu and Lan moral codes are based on self-cultivation and purification, while the Bodhisattva moral code rests on compassion for the sick and helpless. Why are the sick foremost among the 8 fields of blessings? It is because the other fields of blessings, including the Buddhas and sages, derive from our sense of gratitude. We are grateful to Sakyamuni Buddha for leaving his throne and luxurious life to find the path to enlightenment and teach it to us. The sick, on the other hand, constitute a field of blessing based on compassion. Since the highest moral attribute in Buddhism is compassion, the sick represent the foremost field of blessings. 52. The following story is a good illustration of taking care of the sick as the foremost field of blessings. During the Han Dynasty, an official named Yuan Nan murdered an official named Chapter Ao-Tso. Afterwards, day and night, he saw the ghost of Chapter Ao-Tso coming to take revenge. Realizing his mistake, he left home and became a bhikshu, cultivated vigorously, and was no longer troubled by the ghost. Because he did not encounter the ghost again, he vowed to become a bhikshu in his succeeding lives and became a great, renowned Dharma master who lectured on sutras and taught widely, coveting neither fame nor wealth. For 10 lives he cultivated diligently and met no more ghosts. He rose to a higher and higher position in every life until, in his 10th life, he became the emperor as teacher and was given the title National Master. The emperor made him a gift of an aloes wood chair, the kind only emperors used. It was so handsome and beautifully carved that when National Master Wu-Ti sat down on it, he suddenly thought, just how many Dharma masters are there as lofty as I? How many have received a gift from an emperor as fine as this chair? His one thought of arrogance laid him open for the attack of the revengeful ghost of Chapter Ao-Tso of 10 lives past. Instantly, one of his legs began to swell, and a sword, which had the shape of a human face, formed on it. It was complete with a mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Not only that, it could talk. "You want to get away from me," it would say, "but you can't. I am determined to take your life." It also demanded to be fed, and would eat only fresh, raw meat. If Wu-Ti didn't give me to the sword, it would cause him unbearable pain. Even though he was a national master, Wu-Ti had no way to get rid of the sword. Earlier, National Master Wu-Ti had taken care of the Venerable Kanaka when the latter's body had broken out with noxious boils. He had waited on him, served him, broths and medicines, and had cured him. At that time, the Venerable Kanaka had said to him, in the future, no matter what difficulty besets you, no matter how insoluble your problem may seem, come to such and such a place in Szechuan and I will find a way to help you. Wu-Ta had no recourse but to find Kanaka in Szechuan. The Venerable Kanaka used some muddy water to wash Wu-Ta's sore, and the human face disappeared. Actually, the Venerable Kanaka, who was a fourth-stage arhat, did not really have an illness. He deliberately manifested a disease as a method to save National Master Wu-Ta. In the future, Master Suan Huan 53, not looking after the sick, minor precept no is to fail to save lives while storing weapons is to create the conditions for actually destroying life. Both go against the mind of compassion of a Bodhisattva. 54. A Bodhisattva disciple should not avenge even the death of his parents because this would be killing the parents of a past lifetime to avenge the parents of the current lifetime. Such action goes counter to the spirit of compassion, the very marrow of Buddhism. Note in this regard the concept of filiality in Note 16. During the chapter in Dynasty in China, in Yanzhou, there was a person named Chapter and Pai Lin. One day he had a dream in which Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva told him, tomorrow, the chapter in army will arrive. Out of the 17 people in your household, 16 will survive. But you cannot escape your fate. Tomorrow one Mazda will kill you, because in a past life you stabbed him 26 times and killed him. Then Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva added, there is still an expedient method that may work. Prepare a fine feast tomorrow, and when he comes, invite him to eat with you. Afterwards, allow him to kill you. Perhaps that will change things. The dream was vivid, and when Chapter and Pai Lin awoke the following morning, he went out and bought wine and vegetables, brought them back, and had a feast prepared. Then, noontime came, someone knocked at the door. He opened the door and said, are you Wang Maza? How strange, said the man at the door, I am from the north, how did you know my name? His host invited him in and said, you re-welcome, I've prepared a feast for you. Won't you join me? Then he related the dream he had the night before. Last life I killed you with 26 stabs of a knife, and so this life you have come to kill me. After we finish this meal, you can do it. Wang Maza pondered over this. and said, "But if you killed me last life, and I kill you this life, won't you kill me again next life? It will just go on and on." "No, I won't kill you." Then he took his knife and scratched 26 marks on his host's back to represent that the debt had been repaid. Not only did Wang Huaxiang not kill his host, but afterwards they became very good friends. Wang said to his host, "The chapter in army is following en masse. They are not reasonable, so the best would be for you and your family to go to Suzhou. It is safe there." So that is what chapter and pilot did. This is a case of turning grievance into friendship and reversing the retribution that is due one. From this you can see that it is possible to alter one's fate. Master Hui said, "In Buddhism, the more offenses a person commits and the heavier these offenses are, the more a bodhisattva should have compassion for him." Buddhism exists because there are people who commit infractions and offenses. Thus, the most revered and most popular bodhisattvas of the Mahayana always live in places of great turmoil and suffering. 55. A bodhisattva should not act as a country as emissary for the purpose of spying or fostering war. However, if he were to do so to put an end to war or military confrontation, he would be acting in a spirit of compassion. The key words in this precept are for personal benefit or evil intention. 56. To sell human beings and domestic animals is to make one as living of the life of others. To sell clothing and products connected with the disposal of corpses is to make one as living of the death of others. Unconsciously, if not consciously, one is happy to see others die, since one's livelihood is dependent on the number of deaths. The offense can be subtle in the rejoicing mind or not so subtle, as demonstrated by periodic exposures of questionable practices in the funeral industry. See U.S. News and World Report, March 23, 1998. To make one as living of the life and death of others is to lack compassion, the very essence of Mahayana Buddhism. Therefore, all professions or traits connected with the above are forbidden to aspiring bodhisattvas. 57. This secondary precept 13 is related to major precept 7, praising oneself and disparaging others, and major precept 10, slandering the triple jewel. The offense committed here is secondary because a. Unlike in major precept 7, there is no self-praise, and b. Unlike in major precept 10, the objects of slander are virtuous persons. which include the Sangha, the community of monks and nuns, but not the triple jewel as a whole, Buddha, Dharma, Sangha. More important, this secondary precept 13 deals specifically with slander without cause. For a follower of the two vehicles, Theravada, this type of slander is a major offense, because it is immoral. The emphasis here is on the personal integrity of the slanderer. However, for a bodhisattva, it is a secondary offense, because baseless slander can be refuted and is thus less likely to do permanent damage to the victim than slander based on fact. The emphasis in this instance has shifted to the well-being of the victim, compassion being the basis of bodhisattvahood. After Master Yan, P.E.I. This example illustrates the major difference between the bodhisattva and other precepts. See also note 62. 58. This precept refers to the setting of fires for farming and other such necessary purposes. Otherwise, the offense would be that of killing or stealing. Major precepts no. En no. In Asia, the period between the 4th and 9th months coincides with the reproductive cycles of such insects as ants and earthworms. Therefore, the Buddha forbade the setting of fires during those periods, out of a spirit of compassion toward all creatures, however lowly and helpless. Note, the blanket bombing of enemy targets, common in modern warfare, can be subsumed under this precept. Even when not many persons are harmed, tremendous destruction may be wrought on other sentient beings, seen and unseen, as well as on the environment. 59. To the followers of the monastic tradition, i.e., early Buddhism or Theravada, the attainment of the state of arhat is the ultimate goal. They are attached to that teaching as the orthodox and highest form of Buddhism. For Mahayanists, such a goal is limited and unwholesome. Therefore, unless a person cannot profit from Mahayana teachings, it is an offense for a bodhisattva to teach the two-vehicle tradition. To do so would cause sentient beings to lose the great benefit of supreme enlightenment and Buddhahood. 60. Wholesome mind, in the Mahayana context, means to seek Buddhahood and to rescue all sentient beings. Why should a bodhisattva teach the difficult bodhisattva renunciation practices to a novice coming from afar? It is to test his capacity as a potential bodhisattva and strengthen his resolve for the difficult tasks ahead. Moreover, to succeed in cultivation, a novice must cultivate a wholesome mind, seek Buddhahood and rescue sentient beings. To do so, he has to set aside the ego 斜线 sever the attachment to the self, burn one's body, and 2. Be willing to sacrifice himself for sentient beings, forsake his body for starving beasts. Unless the novice is ready to make such commitments, he is not a good vessel of the Dharma and is likely to fail. A famous example of such commitment is the story of Master Wei Ko, the second patriarch of Zen, who knelt in the snow for days and finally cut off his arm to persuade Bodhidharma to accept him as a disciple. And B. This precept is directed specifically at monks and nuns, as an example of the Bodhisattva ideal. See also the Seeker-esque Glossary of Buddhism under Generosity. 61. The offenses described here are relatively minor, such as charging high rent or high interest on loans. Otherwise, the transgressions would be the major offense of stealing. Second major precept. On filial piety, see note 16. 62. Principles of the Bodhisattva precepts. The Sravaka precepts were promulgated by the Buddha as the offenses actually arose. They were expressly devised for monks and nuns and are to be taken only by them. The Bodhisattva precepts, on the other hand, are the precepts of the mind, and are common to all sentient beings. Therefore, they can be observed by all. The essence of the Buddha nature includes such qualities as compassion, filiality, etc. Each of us intrinsically possesses the Buddha nature, the primary cause of Buddhahood. Observance of the Bodhisattva precepts creates the conditions for the Buddha nature to manifest itself. When cause and conditions come together, the result is Buddhahood. This is referred to as the essence of the Buddha nature. 63. Bodhisattvas engage in countless cultivation practices. One such practice is to light incense and then either place the incense pieces on a large incense burner before the image of a Buddha or, alternatively, raise a small burner to one's forehead and recite verses of praise or mantras while facing the Buddha. If a disciple, out of envy, gossips about a bodhisattva who engages in these practices, calling him a fake and a show-off, for example, the disciple commits a secondary offense. This precept is similar to precept 13, but differs with respect to the goal of the offender. In precept 13, the aim of slandering monks in particular is to defend them and make them lose offerings, while in this precept it is to cause discord within the Sangha. 64. Throughout the eons of time, all male sentient beings have been my father, Female sentient beings have been my mother. I was born of them. This is a poetical way to express the truth that we are all related throughout the eons of time, and thus to save sentient beings is to save one as family and ultimately oneself. 65. Precept 20 has two parts. The first part concerning the living and the second part, the deceased. In the first part, there are two related concepts, rescue and protect and rescue and deliver. The first concept relates to the potential victim, while the second concept embraces the killer as well. To help both, it is necessary to develop the killer's sense of compassion. Once there is true compassion, all killing ceases, and both the killer and the victim are liberated. Thus, the sutra states, the disciple should always teach the Bodhisattva precepts to rescue and deliver sentient beings. Furthermore, not only the living, but also the dead, should be liberated. Therefore, monks and nuns should be invited to explain the Bodhisattva Sutras and precepts on the death anniversaries of parents and other kin. Note: if a Bodhisattva sees an animal on the verge of being killed, he must devise a way to rescue and protect it. Now, if you wish to save a certain being but it has beyond your capacity, then you should single-mindedly recite the Buddha's name. For example, you may see some pigs or sheep that are about to be slaughtered, and you can't liberate them because you aren't able to buy them all. At this time you should single-mindedly recite the Buddha's name so those creatures can hear it. You can speak Dharma also. You can say to them, all of you living beings should bring forth the Bodhi resolve, Bodhi mind. This is creating causes and conditions for rescuing their wisdom, light, might. Although you are not saving their physical bodies, you are rescuing their wisdom, light. Master Wei Zen. 66. When a Buddhist dies, it is the practice for relatives to recite the sutras and perform other meritorious acts, transferring all the merits to the dead. This helps the deceased achieve rebirth in the Pure Lands, behold the Buddhas, or alternatively, to obtain a good rebirth in the human or celestial realms. Rebirth in the Pure Land of Amitabha. Buddha is the aim of many Mahayana Buddhists, as this is viewed as a realistic goal. Considering the circumstances of ordinary human beings in the Saha world. See also note 94, last part. 67. A Bodhisattva must not return anger for anger. This is because wherever there is anger, all compassion is lost. To seek revenge and maim and kill and prosecute is to create the causes of future sufferings and ensure that they will never end. Even today, this lesson has unfortunately not been learned despite all the hindsight available to us from past warfare and genocide. President Clinton came to Kigali today to talk to scarred and mutilated survivors of the 1994 genocide in Rwanda and to acknowledge that the world could have protected them, though it did not. Both in his meeting with the victims and the speech to an invited audience here, Mr. Clinton called for sharper vigilance against genocide and swifter prosecution of its perpetrators. NY Times March 26, 1998 NB Buddhists do not cultivate a sense of vengefulness because they realize that sentient beings not only cause an effect in the present, but not in past or future lifetimes. The present perpetrators might have been the victims in a previous lifetime, thus, to exact retribution now may be to jeopardize the parents of one lifetime in order to avenge the parents of another. This truth can be glimpsed in the current wave of ethnic conflicts in Africa and the Balkans. See also secondary precepts 10 and 21 as well as note 64. 68. According to the Brahma Net and Sutras, we should ignore appearances and external forms when seeking a good teacher. For example, we should disregard such traits as youth, poverty, low status or lack of education, unattractive appearance or incomplete features, but should simply seek someone conversant with the Dharma, who can be of benefit to us. Nor should we find fault with good spiritual advisors for acting in certain ways, as it may be due to a number of reasons, such as pursuing a hidden cultivation practice or following an expedient teaching. Or else, they may act the way they do because while their achievements may be high, their residual bad habits have not been extinguished. If we grasp at forms and look for faults, we will forfeit benefits on the path of cultivation. Thus, when Buddha Sakyamuni was still alive, the Bhikshu Kalodayi was in the habit of moving his jaws like a buffalo. A certain Bhikshuni used to look at herself in the mirror and adorn herself. Another Bhikshu liked to climb trees and jump from one branch to another. Still another always addressed others in a loud voice, with condescending terms and appellations. In truth, however, all four had reached the stage of arhatship. It is just that one of them was a buffalo in a previous life, another was a courtesan, another was a monkey, and still another belonged to the Brahman class. They were accustomed to its circumstances throughout many lifetimes, so that even when they had attained the fruits of arhatship, their residual habits still lingered. We also have the example of the sixth patriarch of Zen, realizing that the cultivators of his day were attached to a literal reading of the sutras and did not immediately recognize their Buddha nature. He took the form of an ignorant and illiterate person selling wood in the marketplace. Or else, take the case of a famous Zen master who, wishing to avoid external conditions and concentrate on his cultivation, took the expedient appearance of a ragged lunatic, raving and ranting. As a result, both distinguished masters were criticized during their lifetimes. The sixth patriarch was faulted for his ignorance, while the Zen monk was called insane and berserk. Therefore, finding a good spiritual advisor is a difficult task indeed. Tian Buddhism of Wisdom and Faith. 69. A bodhisattva should not follow the two vehicle teachings or worldly teachings, because they all have one principle in common, the rejection of the concept of Buddha nature as basic to all sentient beings. There are exceptions to this precept not to study and practice non-Mahayana teachings. If one needs to understand worldly doctrines in order to rescue people from the world, then one can study those doctrines. However, if one studies them with the sole purpose of benefiting oneself and fails to seek supreme enlightenment, then it is not permissible to study them. Master Hui Zen. 70. What is meant by skillfully administering the resources of the three jewels? If one receives goods for the Buddha jewel but uses them for the Dharma jewel, this is misusing goods. Or, if one receives them for the Sangha jewel but uses them for the Buddha jewel, that is also misusing goods. In Buddhist teachings, it becomes clear that cause and effect are quite complicated. If money is given to repair an image of Sakyamuni Buddha and the money is used to print sutras instead, then one has used the Buddha jewel money for the Dharma jewel. Misuse of funds of the triple jewel in this way is considered stealing. If one is not very clear about the precepts, however, one may not realize this and assume that as long as the money is used for the triple jewel, it is permissible. Master Hui Zen. 71. To pawn himself, or cut off and sell his own flesh, is a figure of speech for selling one as physical labor or one as intellectual labor. Master Tribe Wong. 72. All visiting Sangha members should be invited to receive offerings in accord with their position in the Sangha, seniority of ordination. They are part of the assembly that keeps the precepts and, as such, should receive their share of the offerings. If one does not offer a visiting Sangha what he rightly deserves, if one is greedy for profit and receives individual offerings, that is a violation of the precept against stealing. Master Hui said, N.B. In ancient times, annual offering was a particularly welcome opportunity, as it spared the clerics the time and effort of the alms round and allowed them more time for practice. 73. This precept specifically prohibits a cleric from seeking invitations and donations for himself personally. In the regulations on offerings there is a stanza that stipulates, above, offerings should go to the Buddhas of the 10 directions. In the middle, to the community of monks. Below, to all sentient beings of the 6 realms. Offerings belong to all without distinction. Moreover, the offerings destined for the community of monks belong to all monks and nuns, not only those residing at the temple, but also to current visiting monks and nuns as well as future visitors. Thus, technically, the offerings should be divided equally among all those present, with a portion set aside for future visiting monks. This editor remembers visiting a temple in India and upon seeing goods piled up in corner rooms, thinking to himself that the temple was too wealthy. Later he realized that these goods had been set aside for visiting monks in observance of this precept. 74. It is very important to issue invitations to monks and nuns according to their proper order or seniority according to the time of their full ordination as a bhiksu or bhiksunai. This is to avoid discord and dissension within the assembly, with popular monks receiving the bulk of the invitations and others receiving none. For a lay person to fail to respect this precept is to lose deep merit and virtue, as he would, in effect, disrupt the harmony of the Sangha. Thus, to issue a discriminatory invitation goes against the spirit of compassion and non-discrimination that all Buddhists, particularly Bodhisattvas, should nurture. Furthermore, to offer a discriminatory invitation even to 500 arhats is not necessarily meritorious because the degree of merit or virtue depends on 3 factors: the recipient, the gift, and, most important, the mind of the giver. If the gift is presented with a mind of compassion and equanimity, with no thought of gift, recipient or giver, then the merits accrued become infinite. otherwise they are limited. See in this connection the Vimalakirti Sutra 75. 7 Buddhas, Sakyamuni Buddha and the 6 Buddhas who preceded him. By extension, it means all the Buddhas. 76. Prostitution. This is probably an injunction against the ancient Indian custom of temple prostitutes, Devadasi. In general, an improper livelihood is any occupation that is contrary to the spirit of compassion towards sentient beings. Such occupations include not only traditional ones, like fisherman and hunter, but also working in slaughterhouses or ammunition factories. In the sutras, the Buddha even forbade monks and nuns from tilling the soil, planting crops, or pressing seeds to get oil because such actions often result in the killing of small animals and insects. Laymen, being subject to a lesser standard of morality, are not prohibited from engaging in such activities. Moreover, they may even be given the opportunity to earn merit and virtue through service to the clergy. Monks and nuns, relieved of daily chores, can then concentrate on their main calling, practicing the Dharma for the benefit of all. 77. Matchmaking is singled out in this precept because it creates the karma of attachment, the very cause of endless births and rebirths within samsara. A bodhisattva, motivated by compassion for the suffering of all sentient beings in the cycle of existence, cannot be a party to the creation of such karma. See also note 28. 78. 6 days of fasting, 3 months of fasting. Fasting in this context means not eating after noontime. In popular Buddhism, the special days and months of fasting are explained as special times when the celestial rulers of this galaxy go on their inspection trips to assess the compliance of human beings with the basic moral tenets. Therefore, people watch themselves during those times and are on their best behavior by abstaining from all offenses. On a deeper level, this is an expedient means of bringing practitioners gradually to a pure style of living all year. 79. This precept deals with offenses from the point of view of timing. From that perspective, killing or stealing at particular times, fasting days, constitutes a minor offense on top of the major offense. 80. This chapter was not transmitted outside of India. See introduction. 81. Selling bodhisattvas, bhikshus, bhiksunis, can be understood literally as in time of war, but can also refer to those who take advantage of Buddhism to further their personal interests, financial and otherwise. Examples that immediately come to mind are salespeople who gain clients through connections with the clergy as well as politicians on the lookout for votes. 82. A bodhisattva should not sell knives. The bodhisattva precepts are the precepts of the mind, nature. Thus, if one were to store knives and clubs to kill and maim, it would be against the spirit of compassion inherent in the mind, nature, and therefore against the precepts. However, if knives are stored as kitchen utensils, such action does not go against the spirit of compassion, and therefore is not against the precepts. Confiscation of possessions, as theft, confiscation of property is a major offense. However, in this context, the emphasis is on the abuse of power, which constitutes a secondary offense. 83. A bodhisattva should not raise cats, dogs. There are several reasons for this. One is compassion. Cats eat other sentient beings, while pigs are raised to be eaten themselves, and foxes for their skins or for medicinal purposes. Secondly, raising domestic animals gives rise to feelings of attachment, which is precisely what the cultivator seeks to avoid. It also takes time and effort, which would better be devoted to the great matter of birth and death. Yet, there are exceptions to this rule, to give temporary shelter to a starving cat in the middle of winter is clearly the right thing for a bodhisattva disciple to do. Note, under this precept, to keep a dog to watch over one as property is not considered an offense for a lay bodhisattva. 84. A bodhisattva cannot watch fights, gang fights, bullfights, or armed battles, because such action goes against the spirit of compassion. How can a compassionate person watch maiming and killing and derive enjoyment from it? The same goes for being party to gambling, where one party necessarily has to lose. Note, the key expression here is unwholesome intentions. If the bodhisattva's intention is to mediate conflict and prevent bloodshed, he not only may watch battles, etc., he may indeed be obligated to do so. 85. A bodhisattva cannot listen to music or attend theatrical performances because he needs to keep the mind empty and still at all times. 86. Bhiksu bound by reeds. In the time of the Buddha, there was a bhiksu who observed the precepts to the letter. One day, he was accosted by brigands who stole his clothes and, begging bow and fearing reprisal, were about to kill him. Fortunately, there was someone among them who knew about Buddhism. He said, there is no need to kill him. Just tie his hands and feet and leave him among the living reeds. That will be enough. The Bhikshu thus found did not move lest he uproot the fresh reeds and thus break the precept not to kill. When the brigands had left, a passer-by saw the monk and untied him. Henceforth, he became known as the Bhikshu bound by reeds. 87. Sentient beings are Buddhas, to be, while the Buddhas are realized ones. This is the basic tenet of the Mahayana, distinguishing it from Theravada Buddhism and non-Buddhist teachings. Illustrative story on keeping the body-mind. A bodhisattva should maintain the body-mind in each and every thought without retrogression. In days of yore, an older master was traveling along a winding country road, followed by a disciple carrying his bags. As they walked, they saw lands being tilled while farmers and oxen were strained to the utmost. Countless worms and insects were maimed or killed in the process, and birds were swooping to eat them. This led the disciple to wonder to himself how hard it is to make a living. I will cultivate with all my strength, become a Buddha and rescue all these creatures. Immediately the master, an arhat able to read the thoughts of others, turned around and said, let me have those heavy bags and I will follow you. The disciple was puzzled but did as instructed, changing places with his teacher and walking in front. As they continued on their way with the hot sun bearing down on them, dust swirling all around them, the road stretching endlessly in front, the disciple grew more and more tired. It wasn't long before he thought to himself, there are so many sentient beings and there is so much suffering, how can I possibly help them all? Perhaps I should try to help myself first. Immediately, the master behind him said, stop. Now you carry the bags and follow me. The puzzled disciple did as told, knowing he was not supposed to ask questions. He took up the bags again and walked behind. This sequence repeated itself several times. The master walked in front with the disciple carrying the bags, then the disciple in front with the master carrying the bags, back and forth, until noontime came. And they stopped for lunch. Then the disciple gathered his courage and asked the reason why. The master said, when you had exploded thoughts of saving all living beings, you were a bodhisattva in thought, and I as an arhat had to follow you. But as soon as you had selfish thoughts of saving yourself only, you were no longer a bodhisattva, and being Junior to me in years and cultivation, you had to carry my bags. 88. See Introduction, Characteristics of the Sutra. 89. The word parents refers to our fathers and mothers through the eons, i.e., sentient beings. The words good spiritual advisors can include a friend or even an enemy, since both can teach us aspects of the truth. Note the concept of adverse conduct. Good spiritual advisor. In the Lotus Sutra, Devadatta was such a person who, through constant goading, allowed Sakyamuni Buddha to perfect the paramita of patience. The Buddha thus attained supreme enlightenment faster than he would have had it not been for the constant thorn in his side that Devadatta represented. 90. The general point of the resolutions is to cut down on the poison of greed. The Buddhist disciple should rather die than break the precepts. Why? Because death concerns only this present life, while breaking the precepts can cause suffering over many lifetimes. 91. Precept 36, which applies to clerics, can be summarized as 5 main groups of resolutions. E. To abstain from sexual relations with anyone. 2. To earn the offerings of the laity, clothing, food, shelter, by faithfully observing the precepts. 3. To earn the respect of the laity by faithfully observing the precepts. 4. To control the mind of attachment to the 5 dusts, form, sound, fragrance, taste and touch. 5. To help all sentient beings attain Buddhahood. The most important resolutions are the last 2. 92. A disciple should not travel to dangerous areas, as this would be flirting with death, the taking of his own life, an offense against major precept no. E. Moreover, as a Bodhisattva, he should not provoke others to incur evil karma through harming him. 93. This precept establishing the order of sitting, i.e., the ranking of a monk by his sacerdotal age, the date he took the precepts, only, is revolutionary, considering that it was promulgated more than 2500 years ago. An important exception to this seniority rule is made for those who lecture on the Dharma. In this case, anyone, including a lay person, can deliver Dharma talks, and even Dharma masters should listen if the need arises. This custom is expressed in the well-known saying, the novice speaks the Dharma masters listen. The novice referred to here is Master Wu Ta, who lectured on the Lotus Sutra to the Fourfold Assembly at the age of 15. See also note 52. 94. This precept is divided into 2 parts. When the precept tells people to establish monasteries and temples, it is so they can cultivate blessings. When it tells people to explain the great vehicle sutras, it is so they can cultivate wisdom. Master Hui said, a practitioner should have a clear understanding of the causes and conditions of calamities and fortunate events. These occur as a result of bad or good karma, and karma has its source in the mind. Reciting or explaining sutras has the power to change a wicked mind into a pure mind, a deluded mind into an enlightened mind. Thus, to recite or explain sutras is to create good karma, enabling sentient beings, alive or dead, to escape or mitigate the impact of negative karma. Since a bodhisattva's mission is to rescue sentient beings and guide them to enlightenment, he should recite and explain Mahayana Sutras on all occasions, and particularly during the ceremonies for the dead. Master Prajna studied more than a century ago, in his extensive study of the Brahma Net Sutra, the Dutch clergyman Dr. J.N.D. Groot wrote recitation and lectures on the Amitabha Sutra, accompanied by ritual services, are held not only for deceased monks but also for lay persons every 7 days for 7 consecutive weeks, if the family of the deceased so desires and can afford them. These ceremonies for the dead are special events in their own right, and as long as they last, the family life of all concerned becomes topsy-turvy. Suffice it to say that these ceremonies are almost never neglected, thus making the 39th precept of the Bodhisattva Code one of those which exercise the most practical influence on the life of the Chinese. Ellie Code Mahayana and China, p. 146. Ceremonies for the dead are in fact the best occasions to meet and teach the living. 95. A disciple of the Buddha should explain Mahayana Sutras and moral codes to all sentient beings. From the point of view of the early schools of Buddhism, the Dharma is a precious jewel, and it should therefore not be given out without the proper request. From the point of view of the Mahayana tradition of being of benefit to all sentient beings, the Bodhisattvas should freely share and make it available to all sentient beings. Are upside down and deluded. How can they know about the Dharma and request it? 96. The Buddha taught that monks and nuns should wear garments of a different hue from those worn by ordinary persons. Their clothes should also be different in cut and appearance, and their hats should be shaved. However, these distinctive features are also found among other people. For instance, some convicts shave their heads in American prisons, while in China, certain groups of religious people wear robes similar in appearance and color to those of Buddhist monks and nuns. The truly distinguishing features of a Buddhist cleric could be the marks on the top of his head, the result of voluntarily burning nuts with incense on the day of his full ordination. 97. Precept 40 emphasizes that the Bodhisattva precepts should be conferred upon everyone, but goes on to exclude those who have committed any of the 5 cardinal sins. While this may appear contradictory, it actually is not. In the egalitarian spirit of Buddhism, everyone should be able to take the Bodhisattva precepts. However, the purpose of conferring any precept is to benefit the recipients and lead them to enlightenment. With their heavy karma and strong guilt feelings, always sad, nervous, and self-reproachful, those who have committed the cardinal sins are not normally good vessels for the precepts. They may even denigrate the precepts, creating even more negative karma. Thus, to withhold the precepts temporarily while advising them to engage in sincere repentance is a realistic course of action. This notwithstanding, those who have sincerely repented and demonstrated their true change of heart may, under certain circumstances, receive the precepts. Even King Ajatasattu, guilty of patricide, was able to repent and become an arhat. This is in conformity with the preeminent role of the mind in Buddhist teaching and the all-compassionate spirit of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. The Dharma rules prohibit monks and nuns from paying respect and bowing to kings, parents, relatives. Monks and nuns represent the Dharma, which should not be subject to, or seen as subject to, temporal authority. More fundamentally, the clergy should not rely on, bow to, advice and teachings outside the Dharma. 98. People with heterodox views. From the Mahayana point of view, any person who does not develop the Bodhi mind, the mind of rescuing all sentient beings, leading them to supreme enlightenment and Buddhahood, is heterodox and limited. An exception is made in the case of kings, rulers or high officials, to whom the Brahma Net Sutra should be taught, even if they are not Buddhists or hold heterodox views. This is because a ruler's views can influence multitudes and bodhisattvas out of compassion for the many, should make an attempt to expose him to the compassionate teachings of the Buddhas. NB. In Precept 39, the Buddha taught that a bodhisattva should explain the Mahayana sutras and moral codes, i.e., the Brahma Net Sutra, to all sentient beings, regardless of time and place. In precept 42, on the other hand, he forbids the recitation of the Bodhisattva precepts to those who have not received them or to externalists. This seeming contradiction is understood as follows. In precept 39, the Buddha was speaking from the point of view of rescuing and liberating sentient beings, while in precept 42, he was speaking from the viewpoint of preventing evil karma. Thus, those who have not received the precepts may not attend the monthly opposite recitation, which includes confessions of offenses, as they may then tend to criticize the sinners and incur negative karma for themselves. On the other hand, anyone can listen to the sutra itself on other occasions and benefit thereby. 99. This precept is referring to people who deliberately decide to break the precepts. It prohibits the intent to violate precepts before one has actually violated them. Master Hui said, if a particular precept is actually violated, the offense depends on the specific violation. If a Bodhisattva monk develops thoughts of violating the precepts, he is unworthy of receiving any of the offerings from the faithful. A story is told in the sutras of 3 deities who were washing a bhikshu's robe in the Ganges but could not hold it under water. Yet, as soon as they took a single grain of rice donated to a temple and placed it on the robe sank to the bottom. The story illustrates how important offerings of the believers are, particularly if they are made with a pure mind. If a monk or nun accepts such offerings, but does not cultivate the precepts, these offerings become great liabilities, leading the errant cleric down the path of perdition. Even deities and ghosts follow such a cleric and sweep away his fiery footprints to prevent anyone from following his example. And the monk wouldn't stop. A monk who breaks the precepts, who is unclear about what constitutes keeping or breaking them, is no different from a sentient being driven by instinct or an inanimate object. Therefore, he is no different from an animal or a wooden stock. 100. One way to observe this precept nowadays is to print and distribute Mahayana Sutras and commentaries free or for a nominal charge, for the benefit of all. The great teachings on the Buddha nature are contained in the Mahayana Sutras, therefore, one should revere the sutras by adorning and displaying them. 101. The essence of Mahayana teachings is to help all sentient beings develop the body, mind, and create the causes and conditions of full enlightenment. Sentient beings here, of course, include animals as well as unseen deities and ghosts. Thus, the sutra says that wherever he goes, be it crossing a mountain, entering a forest, crossing a river or walking in a field, a bodhisattva should help all sentient beings develop the Bodhi-mind. Teaching the Dharma to animals and ghosts, for example, can benefit them, because their minds are then influenced by the compassionate words of the bodhisattvas. Thus, this precept contains the expression concentrate and say aloud. See, for example, the following anecdote. There is an incident from the Buddha's time. There were Bhikshus in the assembly who had certified to arhatship. Some of them were old and didn't have any teeth. When they recited the sutras, they didn't sound very eloquent. This prompted a novice to say, when you recite the sutras, you sound like a bunch of dogs barking. Just because of this one sentence of slander, in his next life he fell into the destiny of a dog. One of the bhikshus he slandered was an arhat. If he had slandered an ordinary person, he would have had bad karma, but it would not have been so bad. But because he scolded a sage, in his next life he became a dog. Because he was a dog, he had the habits of a dog, and he liked to steal food to eat. He would grab tidbits from the kitchen of his master. Once, his master saw this and cut off the dog as 4 legs and threw him out onto the grass. The dog was yelping in pain. Shariputra happened to walk by at that point. He spoke Dharma for the dog, telling him, you know, the 4 elements are really suffering. Your body is false. Put it down, don't get angry. After Shariputra spoke Dharma, the dog didn't yelp anymore, and he died in peace, passing away quite happily. Since at the moment of his death he didn't give rise to anger, he was reborn again as a person and lived the whole life. At 7 years of age under Shariputra, Shariputra spoke the Dharma for him, at which point he certified to arhatship. So you see, this person was once a novice, then he became a dog, and then he became a person again. When he was a dog, he still retained the good roots from his past lives, and that is why he could understand human speech. Since he died happily, in his next life he became a left whole person again. After that, he never took the full Bhikshu precepts. He wanted to stay a novice forever so he could serve his teacher Shariputra to repay his kindness. Therefore, if animals and transformation beings can understand the Dharma Master as words, they can take these precepts. Of course, if they don't understand, they can't take the Master ways. There are many ways to teach sentient beings: verbal teachings, bodily teachings, and mental teachings. The verbal form of the Dharma, the most common among humans, is the least effective and the least efficient. If one does not have the capacity to teach verbally, one can teach via one's behavior, bodily teaching. This is one of the methods used by the Buddha. Upon seeing his marks of greatness, people develop respect and become his disciples. The last form of teaching, mental teaching, is done by silent thoughts and education of merit. 102. Why should a Dharma master occupy a high seat while speaking the Dharma? It is because sentient beings learn and accept the teachings better when their minds are receptive, i.e., when they have developed eagerness and respect. Furthermore, a Dharma master should be seated, as it is then easier to keep his mind empty and still. There are exceptions to this rule. In the Sankhya it says a bhikkhu may be running chores and performing affairs for the stupa, the temple or the sangha. When he goes to the king or sees the lords of estates, and if they should say to him, "Bhikkhu, would you please speak the Dharma for me?" At this time the bhikkhu can't insist that the king sit on a lower seat while he sits on a high chair. He can't immediately force that type of situation. He can't hold to the letter of the law. This is an exception to the rule. Master Hui said, a Dharma teacher can be anyone, a monk, nun, layman, or even an inanimate object, such as a meditation cushion. The Abhidhamsaka and Amritaka Sutras, for example, speak of clouds and trees speaking the Dharma. Upon watching leaves fall one by one from a tree, a person can awaken to the truth of impermanence, the transitory nature of all life forms. The Yusaphana in the Abhidhamsaka Sutra had 52 teachers, ranging from bodhisattvas to deities to courtesans. The story is told in the sutras of a group of people lost in a deep, dark ravine. Among them is a leper who happens to have a torch. A wise person would suppress his revulsion and follow the leper to safety. Why is a Dharma teacher or good spiritual advisor necessary on the path to enlightenment? It is because he can nurture our body, mind and our wisdom, the two crucial factors in cultivation. 103. 4 kinds of lay disciples, Upas AKAs, Upas IKAs, as well as ordinary laymen and laywomen. Note: an originally well-intentioned disciple might turn against the Dharma out of jealousy of the respect accorded to the clergy, anger at their criticism of his own mistakes, or disappointment at the behavior of individual monks and nuns. 104. This precept and secondary precept no. Apply exclusively to laymen. Both urge laymen to join hands with the Sangha to protect and preserve the Dharma. A bodhisattva should rightfully receive offerings from all, whatever a cleric receives is for the benefit of the Sangha as a whole, and by extension, all sentient beings. Therefore, he need not thank lay persons for their donations, except as an act of courtesy. In fact, thanking a donor actually decreases the latter as merits ego-based giving versus altruistic giving, and is thus a disservice to him. 105. If a bodhisattva acts in this manner, he is no different from a worm in a lion's body, eating away at the lion's flesh. The lion is the fiercest of animals, and when he roars all the other beasts flee. In the same way, people who have taken the precepts are likened to a lion. No other beings will bother them. However, just as worms that live in the lion's body dare to feed on the lion's flesh, so too, disciples within Buddhism can undermine the entire system. Buddhist disciples themselves are capable of destroying the Dharma more so than the people outside Buddhism. Master Yan, P.E.I. 106. Bodhisattvas are their friends, a reference to the Pure Lands of the Buddhas, particularly the Pure Land of Amitabha Buddha, where the faithful will be reborn in the company of bodhisattvas and other spiritual friends. See the Amitabha Sutra. Moreover, Shariputra, all those born in the land of utmost happiness never fall back. Among them are many whose next birth will be in Nirvana. The number of them is extremely large. There is no reckoning that can tell it. Only immeasureless, unlimited, innumerable kalpas could it be told. Shariputra, the beings who hear this ought to make a vow to be born in that land. Why should they? Having succeeded thus, all are then persons of the highest virtue, all are assembled in the same circumstances. H. Seki. Tr. 107. The Patamita of precepts is the second of the 6 Patamitas, or perfections. See the following story on the perfection of precepts and its exceptions. Once when the Buddha Shakyamuni was in the world, there were 2 bhikshus cultivating in the mountains. One day, one of the bhikshus went down the mountain to get food and left the other one sleeping. In India at that time, the bhikshus simply wore their sashes wrapped around them. They did not wear clothing underneath. This bhikshu had shed his robe and was sleeping nude. He probably was a lazy person, and with no one on the mountain to watch after him, he decided to take a nap. At that time a woman happened along, and seeing the bhikshu, she was aroused and took advantage of him. Just as she was running away from the scene, the other bhikshu returned from town and saw her in flight. Upon investigation, he found out that the woman had taken advantage of the sleeping bhikshu, and he decided to pursue her, catch her, and take her before the Buddha in protest. He took out after her, and the woman became so reckless that she slipped off the road and tumbled down the mountain to her death. So one bhikshu had violated the precept against sexual activity, and the other had broken the precept against killing. Although the bhikshu hadn't actually pushed her down the mountain, she wouldn't have fallen if he hadn't been pursuing her. What a mess, concluded the two bhikshus. Messy as it was, they had to go before the Buddha and describe their offenses. The Buddha referred them to the Venerable Apali. But when Venerable Apali heard the details, his verdict was that, indeed, one had violated the precept against sexual activity and the other against killing, offenses which cannot be absolved. You're both going to have to endure the hells in the future, he concluded. Hearing this, the two bhikshus wept, and they went about everywhere trying to find someone who could help them. Eventually, they found the great Upasaka Vimalakirti, who asked why they were crying. When they had related their tale, he pronounced his judgment that they had not violated the precepts. If you can be repentant, he said, then I can certify that you didn't break the precepts. How can that be? They asked. The nature of offenses is basically empty, replied the Upasaka. You did not violate the precepts intentionally, and so it doesn't count. It is an exception. Hearing this explanation by the great teacher Vimalakirti, the two bhikshus were enlightened on the spot and were certified as attaining the fruition. So there are many exceptions within the prohibited precepts. But if people always look to the exceptions, they will simply not hold the precepts. Master Hui said, N.B. In the above story, Vimalakirti was referring specifically to the two major precepts of not killing and abstaining from sexual activities. The two monks did not violate these precepts because the mind intent was not involved. Familiarity was not addressing possible issues of secondary responsibility. 108. The true mark of all dharmas is a key concept in this sutra. It refers to the essence, or noumenon of the Bodhisattva precepts, which is neither born nor unborn, neither eternal nor extinct, neither the same nor different, neither coming nor going. In other words, the true mark of all dharmas 等于 essence of the Bodhisattva precepts 等于 emptiness. To observe the Bodhisattva precepts in the true sense, we have to transcend the ego. There is no practitioner, no sentient beings to be saved, no precepts being observed. Otherwise, our practice is merely a human practice, tainted by ego and self-interest, not a Bodhisattva practice, not a Patamita action. Reverend NHAT, Chen 109. See the famous Zen story of Master Pai Chang and the fox, which warns against meaningless speculation and debate, and rejection of the law of cause and effect. Once there was an old cultivator. Although he claimed to be a Buddhist, all he cultivated were outside ways. That meant his outlook and knowledge were deviant. One day a person came and asked him, "You re an old cultivator with a lot of practice behind you, but does a great cultivator fall within cause and effect or not?" The old cultivator, very casually, without a moment's hesitation, replied majestically, "Great cultivators do not fall within cause and effect." He bellowed it out. Now, that sentence might not have seemed important, but when he died he became an old fox. The old fox had some karmic affinities with Chapter and Master Pai Chang. It began to turn up at the Master's Sutra lectures, taking on the appearance of an elderly layman with a long white beard and the ruddy face of a child, for it had spiritual powers by then. Master Soon what? Eventually, the layman Xie Xian old fox was enlightened by Master Pai Chang, who taught, "Great cultivators are not unclear about cause and effect. It is not that they don't come under it. They are not obscure about it." Soon afterward, the layman Xie Xian old fox died peacefully and was given the last rites of a monk. 110. See Note 10. MT 斜线 January 2000. Glossary. Arhat. A Buddhist saint, one who has attained enlightenment and is no longer subject to death and rebirth. Ascetic practices. SKT 斜线 Dutega. 12 ascetic practices are known. 1. Wearing patched robes. 2. Wearing a robe made of 3 pieces. Trikvara. 3. Eating only Backed food. 4. Eating only one meal a day. 5. Refraining from all further food. 6. Taking only one portion. 7. Living in a secluded, solitary place. 8. Living on a charnel ground. 9. Living under a tree. 10. Living in the open. 11. Living in whatever place presents itself. 12. Sitting only, never lying down. Shame. 56. The 12 ascetic practices all involve clothing, food and lodging. The point of these practices is to refrain from enjoying any of these three in excess. Master Hui Zen. Body Mind. SKT- Bodhisattva. The spirit of enlightenment, the aspiration to achieve it. The mindset on enlightenment. It involves two parallel aspects, I. The determination to achieve Buddhahood, and the aspiration to rescue all beings. The goal of all Mahayana practice is to achieve enlightenment and transcend the cycle of birth and death, that is, to attain Buddhahood. In the Mahayana tradition, the precondition for Buddhahood is the body-mind, bodhisattva, the aspiration to achieve full and complete enlightenment for the benefit of all sentient beings, oneself included. The Avatamsaka Sutra states to neglect the body-mind when practicing good deeds is the action of demons. This teaching is very true indeed. For example, if someone begins walking without knowing the destination or goal of his journey, isn't his trip bound to be circuitous, tiring and useless. It is the same for the cultivator. If he expends a great deal of effort but forgets the goal of attaining Buddhahood to benefit himself and others, all his efforts will merely bring merits in the human and celestial realms. In the end he will still be deluded and revolve in the cycle of birth and death, undergoing immense suffering. If this is not the action of demons, what then is it? For this reason, developing the supreme body-mind to benefit oneself and others should be recognized as a crucial step in all Mahayana schools. BWF 31. Bodhisattva. Those who aspire to supreme enlightenment and Buddhahood for themselves and all beings. The word Bodhisattva can therefore stand for realized beings, such as Avalokitesvara or Samantabhadra, but also for anyone who has developed the body-mind, the aspiration to save oneself and others. Buddha nature, self-nature. According to the Mahayana view, Buddha nature is the true, immutable, and eternal nature of all beings. Since all beings possess Buddha nature, it is possible for them to attain enlightenment and become a Buddha. regardless of what level of existence they occupy. Shame 31. Dharma of study and non-study. C. Study and non-study. 8. Adversities. These are special types of adversity that prevent the practice of the Dharma. They are rebirth in hell, rebirth in the brute world, rebirth in the ghost world, rebirth among the long-lived gods, rebirth in an uncivilized country, rebirth with deficient faculties, adherence to false views, and life in a realm wherein there is no Tathagata. Sermon 153. 8 Divisions of Divinities. The 8 kinds of gods and demi-gods. Believed to be protectors of Buddhism, devas, dragons, yaksas, Gandharvas, Asuras, Garudas, Kinguras, and Mahoragas in the Gaki 397. Emptiness. Ching 斜线空 JPN 斜线空 VN 斜线空 A fundamental Buddhist concept. Variously translated as non-substantiality, emptiness, void, latency, relativity, etc. The concept that entities have no fixed or independent nature. This idea is closely linked to that of dependent origination, SKT 斜线 Pratitya Samutpada, which states that because phenomena arise and continue to exist only by virtue of their relationship with other phenomena, they have no fixed substance and have as their true nature emptiness. The concept thus teaches that nothing exists independently. Its practical implications lie in the rejection of attachments to transient phenomena and to the egocentricity of one who envisions himself as being absolute and independent of all other existences. It is an especially important concept in Mahayana Buddhism. On the basis of sutras known as the Wisdom Sutras, the concept of emptiness was systematized by Nagarjuna, who explains it as the middle way, which here means neither existence nor non-existence. Expedient means a temporary or provisional teachings as a means to lead sentient beings to the final doctrine. B. The seventh of the 10 Patamitas, date 118, refers to strategies, methods, devices targeted to the capacities, circumstances, likes and dislikes of each sentient being, so as to rescue him and lead him to enlightenment. O. Particular formulations of the teaching are just provisional expedients to communicate the truth, Dharma, in specific contexts. J.C. Cleary. The Buddha's words were medicines for a given sickness at a given time, always infinitely adaptable to the conditions of the audience. Externalist. Lit. Non. Buddhists. This term is generally used by Buddhists with reference to followers of other religions. An externalist is someone who does not believe in or follow Buddhist teaching. fo--dic blessings. A figurative term for someone who is worthy of offerings. Just as a field can yield crops, so people will obtain blessed karmic results if they make offerings to one who deserves them. There are many kinds of fields of blessings: monks, enlightened beings, such as the Buddha's parents, the poor, etc. Chen 475 52 or 53 Levels of Bodhisattva Practice. Progressive levels through which a practitioner is said to advance from the time of his first resolve until he finally attains Buddhahood. They are enumerated inter alia in the Apatensaka Sutra and consist of 10 levels of faith, 10 faiths, 10 levels of dwellings, abodes, 10 levels of practices, conducts, 10 levels of dedication, transferences, 10 stages or grounds. Bhumi, a level of equal enlightenment, wonderful enlightenment, and supreme enlightenment, Buddhahood, Sak 93. For RELIANCES. To attain higher realizations and final enlightenment, the Bodhisattva should rely on the meaning of the teaching and not on the expression. On the teaching and not on the person who teaches it. On 3 gnosis, intuitive wisdom and not on normal consciousness, and on 4 discourses of definitive meaning and not on discourses of interpretable meaning. Thursday 150 JAMBUDVIPA. The human world. The world in which we are living. Also ancient men of India. Jambudvipa is a small part of the Saha world, the realm of the Sakyamuni Buddha. Kumarjiva 344413. Famous Indian translator of Indian Buddhist works into Chinese. During his 30-year stay in China, hundreds, some sources say thousands, of scholars worked under his narration to produce translations of some 35, some sources say 50 works, including the Amitabha Sutra, the Lotus Sutra, the Mahaprajnapatamita Sutra and the Diamond Sutra. His outstanding genius as a linguist and scholar was largely responsible for the introduction of Buddhism into China. Hump 112. He is the most distinguished translator before Sun Tsen, and is especially famous for the translation of the Lotus Sutra and the shorter Amitabha Sutra. Date 2007-2008. Lotus Treasury worked. The universe as purified by the thoughts and deeds of Phagokana Buddha, the cosmic aspect of Buddha's Akumula. By extension, the lotus tracery word represents our true mind, or Buddha nature, which encompasses the whole world, yet, like the lotus flower, is untouched by mud or defilements. The word in the Brahma Net Sutra is the 1,000-petaled lotus. Each of the 1,000 petals is a word in itself, consisting of 10 billion smaller words, each with a sun and moon, and Sumer and 4 continents. Pharaoh Buddha sits in the center of the lotus. On each of the 1,000 petals dwells a Shakyamuni Buddha, a transformation of Pharaoh Buddha, Sak 247-248. Mind, ground. Another term for the mind. The mind is compared to the ground, which has 2 characteristics. All beings, animate or inanimate, are sustained by it. It does not discriminate, accepting and absorbing everything equally, pure and dirty, water alike. Likewise, all precepts and virtues are sustained by the mind of the Bodhisattva does not discriminate between auspicious or untoward events, praise or ridicule. The mind is the source from which all dharmas spring, and also the place to which all dharmas return. It is therefore called the Dharma realm, or mind, ground, master way. Zen. Monastic vehicle. C. 2 vehicles. Parajika. The most serious type of offense in Buddhism. An offense that merits casting out, being cast out of the sea of the Buddha Dharma. The second meaning of Parajika is an offense that brings about a fall. That is, if one commits a Parajika offense, one falls into the 3 evil destinies, master, way, Zen, and monk or nun. Who has committed a Parajika offense is subject to expulsion from the order. Pratimoksa. SKT, 4 precepts. It translates as growing and increasing, and purifying and eradicating. Pratimoksa further has 2 meanings. The first is guaranteed liberation, the second is special liberation. Guaranteed liberation means if one holds these Bodhisattva precepts, it has guaranteed that one can go from the level of an ordinary person to the level of a sage. Special liberation means that for every precept you hold, you obtain that particular liberation. Master way, Zen. Pratimyeka. Buddhas. These Buddhas become fully enlightened by meditating on the principle of causality. Unlike the perfect Buddhas, however, they do not exert themselves to teach others, Abuso and T-Prince. Note: the vehicles of the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas are known as the 2 Vehicles, known today as Theravada, Southern vehicle or monastic Buddhism. Precepts. Vows of moral conduct taken by lay and ordained Buddhists. There are 5 vows for lay Buddhists, 250 for fully ordained monks and 58 for bodhisattvas, lay or ordained, Karma Sicham. Precepts are for guarding against transgressions and stopping evil. Transgressions stem from the 3 karmas of body, speech and mind. Master Hui said, the precepts are divided into 4 aspects, exceptions, restraint, maintenance, violations. Sometimes exceptions are made, so that you are not considered to have violated the precept even if you have acted against it. Restraints refer to prohibitions. They are honored because to violate them would contribute to further violations, as in refraining from taking intoxicants one avoids breaking other precepts as well. Maintenance means upholding the precepts and cultivating in accord with the violation refers to breaking a precept, Master Hui said. Primary meaning. Definitive meaning, ultimate truth, true mark, true emptiness. This refers to those teachings of the Buddha that are in terms of ultimate reality. It is opposed to those teachings given in terms of relative reality, termed interpretable meaning, because they require further interpretation before being relied on to indicate the ultimate. Hence, the term relates to voidness, etc., and no statement concerning the relative world, even by the Buddha, can be taken as definitive. Sermon 159. Pure Land Buddhism. Pure Land comprises the schools of East Asia which emphasize aspects of Mahayana Buddhism, stressing faith in and meditation on and recitation of his name, and the religious goal of being reborn in his Pure Land, or Western Paradise. K. Perennial Dictionary of World Religions. The goal of those devoted to Amitabha and the Pure Land is to be reborn there and attain enlightenment, Buddhahood, Larus 419. Pure Land Buddhism chiefly consists in hearing and reciting Amitabha Buddha's name with a faithful mind, but it does not exclude meditation, dhyana, and insight, vinasana, through which one can visualize the Buddha. Obviously, meditation and insight are mainly practiced by monks, particularly by gifted persons, while hearing and reciting the name with faith are easily practiced even by laymen. Exposition of the higher practices of Amitabha worship first appeared in the Pratipadana Samadhi Sutra. Later, face up and who propounded the contemplation of Amitabha by samatha, concentration, practices. This, however, does not involve the concept of Amitabha as a meditation Buddha. Encyclopedia of Buddhism, VI 冒号 P452. Given its popular appeal, Pure Land quickly became the object of the most dominant form of Buddhist devotion in East Asia, and Iliad, et Encyclopedia of Religions, fo-12. The Pure Land school is presently the school of Buddhism in China and Japan that has the most followers. Shambhala Dictionary. How Pure Land works. The goal espoused by all Buddhist schools is for the practitioner to achieve Buddhahood, i.e., to become an enlightened being. Thus, to practice Buddhism is to cultivate enlightenment, to attain wisdom. Although there are many paths to reach this goal, they all involve suffering, greed, anger, and delusion, thus perfecting the qualities of the mind, Pautamitas. Traditionally, Buddhist sutras enumerate 6 or 10 Pautamitas, but they may be subsumed under 3 Pautamitas: discipline, concentration and wisdom, the 2nd, 5th and 6th Pautamitas, respectively. Pure Land, symbolized by the Buddha recitation method, is a Mahayana approach that employs, inter alia, the techniques of meditation, visualization of the Pure Land, Amitabha Buddha, and of oral recitation of the Buddha's name, to realize these Pautamitas. That is, when a practitioner is busy visualizing the Buddha or reciting the Buddha's name, he cannot commit transgressions or violate Buddhist precepts. Therefore, he has effectively fulfilled the Pautamita of discipline. Likewise, reciting the Buddha's name with a completely focused mind is nothing less than fulfilling the Pautamita of concentration. Once concentration is achieved, the practitioner's mind becomes empty and still, leading to the emergence of his innate wisdom, the wisdom of the Buddhas. Thus, a sincere Buddha recitation practitioner, by dint of his own effort, effectively attains Buddhahood. According to Pure Land doctrine, however, most practitioners in this degenerate age find the self-power, self-help approach too difficult and arduous. Therefore, in their Pure Land teachings, the Buddhas and sages compassionately emphasize the additional element of other power. This involves reliance on Amitabha Buddha's vows, made countless eons ago, to welcome and escort all sentient beings to his land of ultimate bliss, an ideal training ground, an ideal environment. To benefit from these vows, the cultivator still needs to do his part and The easiest practice is Buddha recitation. Ultimately, when the practitioner recites to the point of pure, unmixed power, the totality of mind is Buddha, the totality of Buddha is mind and Buddha are as one. I am afraid that this principle and practice are not understood by everyone. It has always been my desire to proclaim them and to disseminate the original thoughts of Amitabha Buddha to rescue all sentient beings. Patriarch Yankuang 19 THC. Some of our readers may be led to think that the sole object of Pure Land devotees is to be born in Amana's land of bliss and purity. But the fact is that the birth itself is not the object, but to attain enlightenment in the country of Amana where conditions are such as to ensure a ready realization of the true Buddhist life. If we can say so, to be born in the Pure Land is the means to the end, for Buddhism in whatever form is a religion of enlightenment and emancipation. D.T. Suzuki in the Eastern Buddhist, V3, Note 4. Why Pure Land? The champions of Pure Land Buddhism have always made the case that Pure Land methods are especially valuable because they are particularly effective in meeting the needs of the greatest number of people. When we face facts, most of us have to admit that we see little realistic prospect of achieving salvation through the eons of gradual practice spoken of in the Buddhist scriptures, or the heroic efforts of the Zen masters, or the years of esoteric dedication demanded by the esoteric schools. Pure Land practice, on the other hand, is explicitly designed as an easy way, open to all. J.C. Cleary. Traditionally, in Mahayana, it is necessary to go through 52 levels of Bodhisattva practice, QV, to attain Buddhahood. Even in the Southern school, it is understood that the practitioner has already cultivated in many past lifetimes and reached one of the last levels when he achieves instant enlightenment. In Pure Land, however, the practitioner seeks rebirth in the land of ultimate bliss, an ideal environment for cultivation, where these levels of attainment are compressed. Instead of a laborious vertical struggle, he achieves a direct horizontal escape from the Saha world. Horizontal and vertical are figures of speech, which can readily be understood through the example of a worm born inside a stalk of a bamboo. To escape, it can take the hard way and crawl vertically all the way to the top of the stalk. Alternatively, it can poke a hole near its current location and escape horizontally into the big, wide world. Note: the principal and essential goal of Pure Land practice is to achieve rebirth in the Pure Land within one lifetime so as to reach the stage of non-retrogression. This is what sets Pure Land apart from other schools and gives it its name. TT10. To ensure success, however, the cultivator needs to fulfill two crucial conditions: develop the body, mind, QV, and practice Buddha recitation to the level of one-pointedness of mind. Seeking auspicious signs of future rebirth is also recommended. Repentance. There are three methods of repentance, depending on the severity of the offense. Face-to-face repentance. The offender confesses before a group of monks (nuns) consisting of 1, 3, 4 or 20 clerics. This method is for minor transgressions. Auspicious sign repentance. The offender repents before images of Buddhas Bodhisattvas until he witnesses an auspicious sign, lights, halos, flowers, the Buddhas rubbing his crown, etc. This method can expiate all offenses except the 5 cardinal sins. No birth repentance. The offender meditates on the truth of true mark, seeking the state of no birth. The nature of all offenses is basically emptiness. This method covers all transgressions, including the 5 cardinal sins. 7. Precious jewels. Traditionally listed as gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, agate, red pearl and carnelian. They represent the 7 powers of faith: perseverance, sense of shame, avoidance of wrongdoing, mindfulness, concentration and wisdom. SRAVAKAS. Those who follow Theravada Buddhism and eventually become arhats as a result of listening to the Buddhas and following their teachings, T-prints. In Mahayana Buddhism, the term Sravaka refers to a person in the Theravada school who exerts himself to attain the stage of arhat by observing 250 precepts in the case of monks and 348 or 375 some texts in the case of nuns. This is a lower stage than that of Bodhisattva, Yoko 289. SRAVAKA precepts usually refers to the Bhiksu Xiexien Bhiksu Nai precepts. However, by extension, the Sravaka precepts also include the 5 lay precepts and the 10 precepts of novice monks (Xiexien nuns), as these latter are considered preparation for the Bhiksu Xiexien Bhiksu Nai precepts. Study and non-study. There are 4 stages of enlightenment on the Theravada path: the stages of stream, enterer, once, returner, non-returner and arhat. The first 3 Stages are stages of study because they require further study to reach arhatship. The last stage is called non-study because arhats are beyond study. Sudden teaching. A teaching which enables one to attain enlightenment immediately. It is usually associated with the Apaten-Saka and Xiexian or Zen schools. The sudden teaching expounds the abrupt realization of the ultimate truth without relying upon verbal explanations or progression through various stages of practice. SOC 110. Note, in his commentary on the Pure Land Sutras, Patriarch Chu Hong classifies Pure Land as a sudden, abrupt teaching that also shares some aspects of the final teaching of the Lotus Sutra and the perfect, round doctrine of the Apaten-Saka Sutra. It belongs to the sudden doctrine, he says, because the Pure Land devotee attains rebirth in the Western paradise as soon as he relies on the Buddha's name. Chu Hong explains that the mind of the devotee of Buddha recitation, when this is properly done, is and mind without any disturbance and is equivalent to the mind of no thought spoken of in the Zen school. Like Hong Shen Chu, Hong interprets Pure Land teaching in the Zen spirit, but at the same time advocates the more traditional and devotional aspects of the Pure Land faith. For both men, the other, power religion that teaches salvation by faith and omnipotent grace is wedded to the self, power religion that teaches salvation by self realization, HSU 150. 3 evil realms, paths. The paths of health, hungry ghosts, and normality. These paths can be taken as states of mind, i.e., when someone has a vicious thought of maiming or killing another, he is effectively reborn, for that moment, in the house. 3 poisons. Greed, anger, delusion. Sometimes translated as avarice, anger and ignorance. The fundamental evils inherent in life which give rise to human suffering. The 3 poisons are regarded as the source of all illusions and earthly desires. The 3 poisons are so called because they pollute people as lives. SOC 464. 3 root precepts. In Mahayana, 3 groups of precepts which form the basis of all bodhisattva practice. E. Do not what is evil. Do what is good. And 3. Be of benefit to all sentient beings. All bodhisattva precepts and vows, or for that matter, all precepts derive ultimately from these root precepts, also called the 3 bodies of pure precepts. These precepts may in principle be administered to Buddhists in lieu of the full set of Bodhisattva precepts described in the Brahma Net Sutra. triple jewel 3 tracers. The Buddha, the supremely enlightened being. The Dharma, the teaching imparted by Buddha. The Sangha, the congregation of monks and nuns, or of genuine Dharma followers. Chant 488. 12 divisions of the Dharma. The 12 kinds of Buddhist scriptures. Distinguished according to different styles of exposition. The Buddha's exposition of the Dharma in prose. Sutra. Verses which repeat the ideas already expressed in prose. Gata. Verses containing ideas not expressed in prose. Gatha. Narratives of the past which explain a person's present state. Nidana. Narratives of past lives of the Buddha's disciples. Itivritaka. 6. Narratives of past lives of the Buddha. Jataka. 7. Accounts of miracles performed by the Buddha or a Deva. Abhyuta. Dharma. 8. Exposition of the Dharma through allegories. Avadana. 9. Discussions of doctrine. Upadisa. 10. An exposition of the Dharma by the Buddha without awaiting questions or requests from his disciples. Udana. 11. An extensive exposition of principles of truth. Vaikuya. And 12. Prophecies by the Buddha regarding his disciples' attainment of Buddhahood. Vyakarona. Inhagati. 2 vehicles. The 2 vehicles are those of the Sravakas, Qv, and Pratyeka Buddhas, Qv. Together they constitute what is called Theravada, Southern or monastic Buddhism. The Bodhisattva vehicle which leads to Buddhahood is called Mahayana Buddhism. UPOSATTHA/UPAVASATHA. Originally a form of meeting. According to the Vinaya, the assembly of monks meets on a full moon and then on a new moon to celebrate the ceremony of reciting the precepts. Formerly ordination was also held on this occasion. The ceremony begins with a public confession. The chairman then advises the audience. During the past half month, he who has violated the precepts is invited to confess them and make repentance before the assembly. This announcement is repeated 3 times. If there is no answer, he proclaims, the precepts have been cleanly observed by everybody. Thereupon follows the ceremony of reciting precepts. NGO then Hoa Faokana Buddha JPN 斜线 then Ichi. The Dharmakaya of Sakyamuni Buddha, his Samagakaya being called Lokana and Nirmanakaya, Sakyamuni Silak. The first Buddha in the far past at the beginning of the present cosmic eon, used to symbolize the Buddha, mind beyond space and time, reality prior to anything within our experience. Clear 175 VHARA. The thunderbolt symbol used in Buddhist art and ritual. Literally a diamond. Usually a symbol of the indestructible nature of Buddha's wisdom. A weapon to conquer demons and protect Buddhism. Chen 485. Vajra spirit, a spirit protector of Buddhism, usually represented as holding a vajra. Vegetarianism. Buddhists hold life to be one and therefore sacred. They do not, therefore, kill for sport. For the Mahayana viewpoint, see Suzuki, Studies in the Lankavatara Sutra, pages 368-371, Hump 126. Killing sentient beings, including slaughtering animals for food, is among the heaviest transgressions in Buddhism. This is not only because such acts create untold pain and suffering, but also because they cut short the lives of future Buddhas, as all sentient beings have a common Buddha nature. The injunction against all forms of killing, including suicide, covering all sentient beings, is unique to Buddhism. Jainism, for example, approves of the penance of death by self-starvation, suicide, while Hindu ceremonies such as the slaughter rites center on offering into the altar fires, oblations of milk, butter, honey, domestic animals. Sacrifice. K-Krim, Dictionary of Religions, p. 369 and 790, respectively. Animals have just as much right to life as we on this earth that we share in common, and therefore, we have no right to destroy them at our will. Moreover, since in our ascent and descent on the ladder of innumerable lives, according to causes and conditions, our Buddha nature assumes many forms, all of which are aspects of oneself to destroy any life. Form is to destroy a part of oneself. Cap 斜线1980 258 Question 斜线 Answer Student. The Lankavatara and Sarangama Sutras, both Mahayana scriptures, are quite eloquent in their condemnation of meat eating. What reasons do they give? Master, that there is not one being which in its karmic evolution and evolution through countless rebirths has not been our mother, our father, husband or wife, sister, brother, son or daughter, not one being whose kinship with us, even while living in the animal state, has not continued. How then can any spiritual person who approaches all living things as if they were himself eat the flesh of something that is of the same nature as himself? See this way, ISNTO flesh eating a form of cannibalism. How can anyone who seeks liberation from suffering inflict pain directly or indirectly on another creature. Those who eat the flesh of an animal obviously enjoy it, so in effect they are deriving pleasure from the death of another living being. To intentionally deprive any living being, but especially a human being, of life will produce painful karma. Slaughterers as well as hunters and fishermen, especially those motivated by sport alone, inevitably incur a heavy karma. Those who do experimental research on animals, often depriving them of their lives, also risk painful karma. The destruction of animals in such experimentation is justified on the ground that it is the only way by which to gain information vital to the health and welfare of human beings. Unfortunately, much animal experimentation today is undertaken without consideration of alternative, more humane methods. Such an unfeeling attitude may arise from the belief that animals, being less developed than men, suffer less. But who would deny that animals, too, suffer pain acutely and try to avoid it as much as humans? And precisely because their minds are less complex than man's and they are more intuitive, animals are more sensitive to impending violence and pain, which generates in them fear that prolongs their suffering. Porphyry, a Greek philosopher of the 4th century, wrote that anyone who had heard the scream of an animal being slaughtered could never again eat animal flesh. Capital. For inhabitants of polar regions, vegetarianism would indeed be attachment, and one that would cost them their lives. But those of us living in modern, industrialized countries in North America, Europe, and Asia are blessed with a vast array of food choices. Most of us are able to obtain an abundance of non-flesh foods that can keep us robustly healthy our whole lives. With such a variety of non-animal foods available, who would choose to support the slaughter mills and foster the misery involved in factory farming by continuing to eat flesh? There are those who fear that without meat or fish their health would suffer. The irony, others who may be unaware of how enormously the meat industry contributes to the misuse and waste of global resources. Can we maintain a non-meat diet for reasons of compassion and still be free of attachment to it? In the Platform Sutra, the Chinese patriarch Wen relates that after inheriting the Dharma from the 5th patriarch, he spent years in seclusion with a group of hunters. At mealtimes, he tells us, they cooked meat in the same pot with the vegetables. If I was asked to share, I replied, I will just pick the vegetables out of the meat? Was he, then, attached to vegetarianism? And if refraining from eating flesh foods is itself an attachment, does it follow that refusing to give up flesh foods shows non-attachment? It is sad to see how many American Buddhists are managing to find a self-satisfying accommodation to eating meat. Some errorly cite the doctrine of emptiness, insisting that ultimately there is no killing and no sentient beings being killed. Others find cover behind the excuse that taking life is the natural order of things, and after all, the life of a carrot and that of a cow are equal. The truth is, though, that as humans we are endowed with discriminating minds that we can use to educate ourselves to the implications of our volitional acts and to choose those foods that minimize suffering to living beings. Our aspiration in Mahayana Buddhism, inasmuch as we can speak of an aspiration, is to liberate our innate compassion and fulfill the Bodhisattva vows. In the first of those vows, all beings, without number, I vow to liberate. We commit our compassion to all beings, not just humans. As chewing meat is one way to express that commitment to the welfare of other creatures. Once we leave habitual preferences behind and forego nimble rationalizations, the issue of vegetarianism comes down to a question of need. If you need to eat flesh foods to sustain your life, or, in extreme cases, your health, do so, and do so with awareness and gratitude. But if you don't eat, why contribute to unnecessary suffering? K. Zhao, Trick-Winter-94. The Vegetarian Times commissioned a survey in 1992 which showed that 12.4 million persons in the United States and Canada considered themselves vegetarian. There were some 114 local vegetarian associations in the US and Canada, nearly double the number 5 years earlier. The largest groups are the Toronto Vegetarian Association and the Vegetarian Society of Colorado. Vegetarian Times, May 1993. Wheel turning king, an ideal ruler in Indian mythology. In Buddhism, the wheel-turning kings are kings who rule by justice rather than force. They possess the 32 features of greatness and rule the 4 continents surrounding NT. Subaru B. Watson 342. Acknowledgements. For this electronic edition of the Brahma Net Sutra, we respectfully acknowledge the guidance of Master Locke to Reverend K. Watanabe, Master Thich Book Bong, Reverend Z. I. Mo, Singapore, and Reverend Fayong, Taiwan. During more than 20 hours of long-distance telephone calls or face-to-face meetings, they patiently answered the editor's questions and elucidated difficult passages and concepts in the text. Special thanks is also due to Reverend Xinqing, Bronx, NY, who graciously donated an annotated Chinese text of the sutra at a crucial time in our work. Acknowledgement is likewise due to Yukasaka fo-dic, who cloistered himself with the editor for a week in South Cairo and Brook, NY to review the text, and Yukasaka Bert Wongo, who provided pertinent comments. We also acknowledge a special debt to Yukasika Yi Sung Wang University of Virginia, who graciously devoted a number of days to a meticulous reading of the text, as well as to the late Yukasaka Tsi for his skillful early draft translation of this most difficult sutra, a copy of which was kindly provided by Master Locke II. Finally, we wish to thank the following friends and benefactors who have made this translation possible, listed in the order of their temporal association with this project. are Yukasika Wen Wang Bufun, whose estate donated the original copies of 6 sutras and commentaries used in this translation, the late Lily Ann Murray D. Vajra, Yukasika Ping Wang, Dr. Michael Moriarty, Yukas aka Slinayan and Lily Wang, Prof. Forrest G. Smith, Yupas aka Stephen Len, Ian Eisenberg and Paul D. Friedman. January 2000. Dedication of merit. May the merit and virtues accrued from this work adorn Amitabha Buddha as Pure Land, repaying the 4 kinds of kindness above, and relieving the sufferings of those on the 3 paths below. May those who see and hear of this, and all sentient beings in the Dharma realm, develop the body-mind, and live the teachings for the rest of this life, then be born together in the land of ultimate bliss. Homage to Amitabha Buddha. January